7 o'clock in St. Louis, you are listening to The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program, and we welcome you to participate in Doug A. Stiefel dossier for the ages.
Is that right?
In studio, Martin, 9 o'clock, John Mozeliak.
9 to 10, yeah. We're going to hold him accountable. It's sort of an exit interview. I really don't know when his last day is because
right after they win the World Series. They're only 3.5 back.
Okay.
Well, hello. Hello. Last week of the season, wild card, Daddy Likey.
See?
You still hanging around these parts? Come here often, and how you doing?
I interviewed Alec Burleson on Sunday, and he says, "This is a season-ending interview." I said, "Well, you know, you're going to be on the road and stuff," and kind of like, "Yeah, just give me some answers as if it ended." He said, "Well, dude, don't jinx the last 6 games." I said,
"Look at this. This club's not giving up, Doug."
No,
right.
3.5 out.
But I do think he was referring to his personal stats at that moment when we were talking about it. But it ain't over, Doug.
Never has a team been so close to making the playoffs and not seem to care that they're that close.
What about a fan base in the city of St. Louis?
I know.
And I didn't even realize this. I covered my overbet last night. Boozy says 77 Cardinal wins. Good day to be a Bird fan. Guess he took the season-long over.
Yeah, they got there.
Well, the
White Sox and the Cardinals got me home. Dan Lanning will not be forgiven, at least not from this chair with the phone books on it.
I like to hold a grudge. I'm a big fan.
Of grudge holding?
I have to tell you, Martin and I have had some great texts over the last number of however many days. And I was thinking to myself, Mount Rushmore of grudge holders, you and producer Joe, I mean, it's a battle. It's George Washington and Abraham Lincoln, but I'm trying to think who I would add. Now, I'm not talking about like personal friends, but in the community, in our community, Doug, and what a wonderful community it is.
Yeah. You're saying these are the two guys that hold the grudges.
But at the same, I have to tell you, I respect it. I respect it. I think it's a good thing.
To hold grudges?
I do.
My wife would vehemently disagree.
And
she said, "Don't be so proud of that." I said, "I can't help it. I just can't help it."
I have to tell you, I respect it.
Just can't.
Yeah, producer Joe, Doug, you know him. He's the commissioner of our fantasy baseball league. He has a landing strip.
Of course.
And we ran into one of our old KFNS general managers, Losa, many years ago, and I didn't like the guy either. But, you know, he walked up to me to shake my hand. Joe moved his hand behind his back so he could walk away from him. He goes, "I'm not shaking his hand. I'm not shaking it."
Oh, gosh.
Joe, you have no choice. I will cut it off.
You wouldn't shake Iggy's hand either.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, at the post.
Iggy might be on there now. Iggy might be on there. All right, we're almost done with the Mount Rushmore. Send in your Mount Rushmore.
I'm just afraid it might affect your personal peace if you allow other people to bother you that much.
I actually take peace in it. I don't know. It's a weird thing. It really is a weird thing.
Yeah. You know what, Doug? Some people like some things, and some people
don't like other things.
That's it. That's what I was going to say.
Right.
You can send in your Mount Rushmore, 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service, text inbox. You can call in Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101, and get into that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. I'm not in there yet. I need to see what's doing. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, wow. 93 people were just waiting for us, Doug.
Okay.
Including Spicy Sow. Do you pronounce it Sow or So? TSO.
TSO. I'd say so on that, but I don't know.
That'd be a good inbox. General Sao Taguchi. And then you call it So.
Yeah, Jackson.
But you spell it TSAO?
I think it's TSOA.
OA?
TSO. General Sal's. TSO.
Oh, we've got three choices.
Fries? Nice, Doug. Take your pick. Heimblum's gag order is talking to John Scores and Paranormal Paul and Run TMC 50 and MD 2020. And MD 2020 made an observation that Jackson's having headset issues. Boy, they see things in the YouTube chat that we don't see. What's going on?
These headphones are on their last leg that I'm currently wearing.
We had those back at KFNS.
Yeah, the jack is fraying, and I'm nervous about being shocked.
Shocked.
And then, also,
be a good gift that Chairman Kurt could create. Should have happened.
The first person to laugh was Kurt because he's like, "That boy, that'd be great." You just only get shocked.
So I'm worried about being shocked, and you kind of have to. This happens often for me with iPhones, where you have to like charge it a certain way, or else it won't charge. I have to like fiddle with it the right way to get it to play. So I've gotten in the sweet spot. Now we just ride it out.
All right, I'm going to buy Papers some headphones, okay?
No need.
That's a gift.
I appreciate it, but like
I think we can solve this.
much like pants and ball caps, I need to like
Don't say ball caps.
run it through its paces before I commit to buy.
I don't know what I'm listening to right now. Much like pants and ball caps, I need to run it through its paces. I don't know what I just
I
heard.
can't like buy.
He doesn't want my gift. You don't want headphones.
I love the sentiment, but like I can't buy pants online. I can't buy hats online. I want to try it on beforehand. I need to kind of get a feel of the headphones beforehand.
Where would you go for that now?
Best Buy.
Is it still around?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
No, right.
Yeah. I'm in Brentwood.
God, I'm on Amazon all day.
I mean, that's the like probably cheaper option, and
But
I'm a meat and
wanna-
potatoes guy. I don't have that whole.
I support brick and mortar.
Yeah, there you go, buddy. I'm a brick and mortar guy. I've
Especially
never
in
bought
Florida.
anything. I don't think I bought anything online. I don't know if I ever have.
You've never bought
eBay,
anything online?
Amazon.
You live in the Appalachian Mountains?
No, our house, there's a package
and
delivered
then
every
meat
10
and potatoes
minutes.
people from Appalachia just took a hit. 314-399-9646. I feel like we got a lot of text from there, actually.
Yeah, you're right.
So this is an opportunity to text in as Jackson went after you here. Doug, your Stiefel dossier, Adam Wainwright at 8 o'clock.
Okay.
John Mozeliak in studio in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Martin, you're saying 9:10? Is that the specific time?
No, 9 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
He's going to arrive. He's very prompt. He's going to be here at 8:50, so we can hit the air right at
Wow.
9. It's up to the captain there to manage the clock.
Now you looked at Jackson, but I felt like that came my way
He's
because
holding
I have
another
had some
grudge.
bad clock management over the last 2 weeks. I don't know what's happened.
I don't know what day it was. We were right on time. And and then onboarding wrapped up, and I clicked you guys on, and it was 10:56, and you were coming back for the email today. I said, "What?
Wow, that was early.
What?" I said, "What?"
I think we spent about
happened?
45 minutes with Matt the Bat Holiday. We had a
That's
good we
right.
had a good work
That
stoppage
was the day.
conversation with Matt the Bat. Yeah, so I was very proud of the clock, and then it just got away from us. So, yeah,
Did you fix it?
not really. Not
Shoot.
really. There's been a lot of patience practiced on the part of Brandon Kiley, Alex Ferrario, and Doug, you call him T. Diddy.
I do. T. Diddy.
Speaking of T. Diddy, I was playing him in the 101 ESPN Fantasy Football League last night, and Lamar Jackson led the Southside Seaman to glory, and Doug, you got your 8 points from Jared Goff.
Barely. Like
is that right?
late third quarter, I got it.
My wife and I moved on to the Charlie Sheen Netflix series.
Oh,
which
how's that? I've seen that.
major
advertised.
recommendation.
Is it good?
Riz and Stalter told me about it when we were talking during breaks on the FanDuel spread zone. But once it covered the over, or it was clear it was going to cover the over, I said, all right, woman, we're going over to Netflix.
Oh,
and then I woke up and I saw that Derrick Henry. I'm a big Derrick Henry fan. And T. Diddy had Derrick Henry fumbled 3 times. What the hell's going on with him? I mean, he's canting all day, and he fumbled 3 times.
Yeah, I don't
he doesn't
know.
really lose his mind too often. He was losing his mind over there on the bench. I would think a lot of people got healthy last night taking the over. But then at the same time, maybe people took the Ravens. The Lions were plus 205 on the money line, and I'm thinking, that's a pretty nice play, 2-1. I bet the over. But I was thinking Lions 2-1 on the money line. Doesn't that seem like... Jackson, I'm probably looking for you here. Doesn't it seem like a...
They've looked kind of rough, and they didn't look like themselves.
against the Packers, but then they beat the hell out of the...
Bears 50 plus 50 burger, they call it.
That's right.
Well, didn't we play an audio the other day of someone saying it doesn't look like the same team anymore because there's no
What was that, some guy with a TikTok take?
pre-snap motion, and so,
that was the...
Dan Campbell got all bitter about it.
Was it a hologram?
So maybe people were
Jackson
reading
hates the holograms, Mark.
I saw a great
reading their press clippings.
a great tweet. Babe Laufenberg, who played for the Cowboys, I
Yes.
believe he's their radio analyst, and he's like Aikman's best friend. But he sent out a tweet, and he said to ESPN and all the talking heads, basically said, do some homework. He said, every one of you saying the Cowboys' run defense is terrible. He said, they're 7th in the league. He said, their pass defense is terrible. He basically said, none of you know what you're talking about. And I enjoyed it.
Yeah, we don't really know what we're talking about.
Well, he wasn't talking to us.
I would think
Well-
that's the brand. Speaking of which, I said he fumbled 3 times last night. He fumbled 3 times in the last 3 weeks. That's just what you can do if you can make the point that you don't know what you're talking about while actually saying something factually wrong. You really drive the point home.
Hello, la, la, la.
I like the play the Lions ran around the goal line where they pitched to one running back,
Yes!
and then he pitched to the
Johnny Morton play call.
Yeah, it reminded me of the old wishbone, the Oklahoma Sooner wishbone, where they just keep lateraling.
What about Dr. Tom Osborne? I felt like he was doing that.
Yeah, Oklahoma did it too.
Army and Navy will still bust that out. Yeah, what it
Boy,
was
they
Amon-Ra
couldn't
St.
stop
Brown
it.
over to Jameer Gibbs. How do you do? How does that score for fantasy football purposes? Does that count as a running touchdown for
Yeah,
Jameer
I
Gibbs?
think. Yeah.
It's running.
What
'Cause
about
they're
Amon-Ra? Shouldn't he get a pass on that?
So Amon-Ra pitched it to Gibbs.
Goff to Amon-Ra to Gibbs.
Gibbs gets the
And
rushing
4
touchdown.
yards to pull that off, too.
Yeah, Gibbs get the rushing
But it looks
touchdown.
like a great play around the goal line or 2-point conversion or something. They need to be more creative like that, I think.
How about
Offensive football in general is too conservative.
How about the Bo Perbula 2-point conversion? The fake pitch, run it in there.
I like
Works
that.
about every time for Brady Cook.
Colt 45 works every time.
Billy D.
Billy D. Williams, who I have been compared
Still
to.
alive?
Yeah, I think he's a surprise guest.
He would be a good one.
74. I'm going to guess he's...
way.
Over all day.
Way.
As easy as the over last night. Stalter and I said they can't set the number high enough. By the time it kicked off, it went to 54. I said Las Vegas knows they're exposed on this one and my book in Antigua.
Boy,
And
was I off.
you were on the under?
No, I was... No,
on
I'm
Billy
on Billy
D.
D.
Oh, yeah.
How old is he?
This show, I got to tell you.
So how old is Billy D?
88.
88.
I mean,
He was
it's-
born in
well, you
19...
get a number like that, Martin, you have a fiduciary responsibility to your family to hammer it and double the bankroll, just like this person did.
Still looks good.
He does. He's Billy D. Williams.
You're right. You're right.
Morning, boys. Tim, great call on the over last night. Shipped the bankroll for a nice double up. Doug, is Daddy ready for the greatest last week of the MLB season ever? The American League is still open for division champs, and the NL is going to see the biggest collapse for a wild card spot. Go Cardinals. That's from the Heiser House hooligan, and he believes we're about to witness something special in the Gateway City.
Boy, you can't give up. You know, if the Reds hadn't gone on such a tear, the Reds have won 5 in a row. If they'd won, 3 out of 5 instead, I'm telling you, we'd be right there.
Who says we're not?
We'd have to run the table,
That's right.
and we'd be at 84. I keep saying we. I hope that's okay.
No,
We'd be-
that's what they teach in journalism school now.
what, make them 84 and 80?
No.
82 and 80.
Yes!
82 and 80. Only 5 left. 82, the Reds have 80 wins. The Mets have 80 wins. There's still a chance. I'm telling you there is.
Well, this is when Martin brings up the Fetty starts.
Are you doing preemptive texts?
The Fetty starts, the Palante starts, just throwing games away. We'll talk about it at 9 o'clock.
I know it's felt like they haven't got a chance, that this is nowhere close to being a championship caliber team. It's felt that way for months. And yet, here they are still with a shot, the final week of the season. And it feels like they just kind of gave up a while ago, doesn't it?
Well, they traded the deadline. If you don't think you're going to win it all, you have to move on. So they traded at the deadline. And since then, they've just been piecing it together the best they can. Arenado came back for the stretch drive, Doug. He wanted to
Yeah,
get
so
the
me
playoff,
on that one.
Then they take him out of a game before the game
playoff
starts.
push.
Can someone explain that to me?
I guess it was a scheduled day off, and then you say, well, why was it a scheduled day off? There's always an answer, even if you don't like the answer. That's the problem.
He just had a month off.
Okay, but
He
had
needs another day off with a week left in the season?
I know. I was
would've-
told that people in the building weren't sure what was going on. People that were like, nobody knew that was the plan. So people in the building, like even playing the music, like, he's coming out? Like nobody knew.
Yeah, bad. They should have let him hit a couple times. Who knows? Maybe he gets a base hit and you can pinch run for him and let him jog off the field and wave. Hey, this could be it. Instead of just go to your position, now go to the mound, now leave. Made no sense at all. None. And if you're only 3.5 out, keep playing. You've only got a week left. Keep going.
Mason Wynn's having surgery.
Okay, well, if you're hurt, you're hurt. You can't play. But
So the
if you're not-
playoff percentage, Doug, you like a good percentage?
Yeah, what do we got?
Cardinals?
The Brewers are 100% because they're in. The Cubs are 100%. They're in. The Cardinals are 0.1, 0.1.
0.1%.
My goodness.
Pirates are 0.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, so we're better off than them.
Yep.
They've also been eliminated. Braves are 0. Nationals, Rockies, out. Cardinals
28, 29, 30, 31, 32.
Was he counting teams?
Bowl games.
Bowl games.
They're 20 games behind. That's from Jackson, who's got a Lisa, who seems like she's becoming a bigger fan of your work recently. That's my read.
They're 18 games behind.
Growing on people.
Lisa, how about that?
Yeah.
Doug holding her account.
And we're playing for the wild card here, not the division. I mean, if they were 2.5 out, 1.5 out, would you say keep pressing, go as hard as you can, try to get in? You would, right?
Yeah.
And they're just a game worse off than that? I don't know. I don't understand
Did
this.
you call a weather hold tonight?
Maybe. I don't understand this we give up thinking. I don't. You've been playing since February in spring training, and you just give up?
But
I
what,
don't get it.
in all seriousness, what would you have done differently? Would you not have traded Helsley at the deadline?
No, I didn't mind the trade deadline moves. No, I thought those made sense. But you're closer than you probably thought you were going to be when you made those deals.
Right.
And so now I think they could play it a little tougher.
A bull never gives up.
That's right.
It's good counsel.
That was our bull teacher.
I do think Ollie
Yeah.
would say to you, well, we're trying to win. I don't exactly have the horses, but we're trying to win. I mean, I think
then Doug would say, then why were you taking people out of the game?
Yeah, before the game starts.
it was a scheduled day off, Doug.
Oh, that's baloney.
That's the answer.
Why are we scheduling days off when you just had 2 months off and there's a week and a half left in the season?
That's the power of the pulpit when you say, well, why didn't you use so-and-so there? He was unavailable. But he hasn't pitched in 3 days. I know, he's unavailable. And you're like, well, okay, fine.
Give me your fucking feet.
Wow, I'm going to need context.
Sharon and Clayton, not happy. The organization botched almost everything the past few years. Why would Arenado's ceremonial send-off be any different? Also, the golden boy made an error last night, ending his streak. He's already checked out and moving on, just like us fans. Let's go Blues. That's Sharon and Clayton.
The golden boy, is that, who was the golden
He's
boy?
referring to Arenado.
Oh,
He
okay.
got his send-off.
All right.
Had a double and an error.
I don't want to upset you guys, but my erotic email was filtered yesterday. That's from Injun Joe's Cave Ride Magic
Well,
Man Doug, and that's in reference to the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Chairman, were you the one doing the filtering yesterday, I gather?
Yeah, that was me, and I stand by it.
Wow, how about that, Doug?
Okay. If it gets vile, you got to block him.
You can email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Doug, we got a storm on the way. Maybe about an hour away. We're about to have some heavy rain here in the St. Louis.
Well, we don't
metropolitan
want storms, but we do need rain.
area. Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. Longest running sponsor on TMA. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. I'm a client. And I recommend you become a client as well. That's Seth Goldcamp and his team. My family, my parents just got a new air conditioning from Seth Goldcamp and raved about the experience. So many TMA listeners over the years since Seth got on board with the show. Was that 2015 or 2016 when he started advertising?
I don't know the
TMA?
years, Tim.
No, it's been about a decade.
Okay.
Design Air Heating and Cooling, designairservice.com, longest running sponsor on TMA, and the sponsor of the email of the day, where Injun Joe's Cave Ride Magic Man was filtered yesterday, and he is not happy about it. Your Stiefel dossier is as follows: Adam Wainwright at 8, John Mozeliak at 9, Brad Thompson at 10. And John Mozeliak is in studio. And Martin, you're calling this the farewell address?
Yeah, exit interview.
Exit
I think
interview?
it's part of his Cardinal commitment, part of his contract. Exit interview with TMA.
Yeah, I believe that was.
So he had 3 appearances at spring training.
Yes, he continued to drop by.
And opening day one.
Yeah, when I fell through the dais.
That's right.
I said, oh, Skipper's here too. As Tony walked in. Tony came by with a required question. He would do the show.
Yeah, what was it about the
It was
ARF
about
breakup?
it was about the new charitable pet foundation that he had started. But I was confused when he said, "I'll come on, but only for one question." And I said, "What?" And I said, "Ha ha, never mind."
I remember you sending me that, and you're like, I don't know if he means he can only ask him one question, and then he gets up and leaves.
Is that "Give Me Your Effing Feet" a drop of Jackson on Mother's Day? That's from Tim's Toothless Bottom Boy.
No.
No, this is from Gabe's postgame.
Give me your fucking fucking feet.
That's what you say to your mom?
No, I wish I had a deep voice like that.
Somebody said that to Gabe.
That's
It was
correct.
the first voicemail they played. I was driving back from Columbia with my family, listening to the podcast on Sunday morning, and what a delight it was. Colonel had texted me earlier in the morning. He goes, the first time I've ever been speechless on that show was the first voicemail from last night. I said, I got to be honest with you, I'm about to listen to it when we drive back to St. Louis, and I'm looking forward to it. So I had been made aware that the voicemails were choice. Now, how many of those people are TMA people, Doug? I'd like to think none.
My wife's father and I embraced, and we couldn't help ourselves.
Well, there's one.
Yes.
There's one right there. He had such a nice little show going. Till we infested it like a virus.
Any part of him that getting a kick out of this?
I think he enjoys the fact that their numbers are up substantially.
So
And
it's
like
working.
I said, I think a commission check is in order. By the way, this is a brief aside, but I do want to say it. I don't know the guy. I know a lot of Gabe's audience finds him attractive. And I guess some of our audience, therefore, finds him attractive. But the guy he hired, Cody Goodwin, is doing such a great job. The column that he wrote, I guess he does a rewatch, and then he posts the GIFs of these plays that he specifically talks about. It is so well done. He does a great job on that post-game show. And in an industry, Doug, in which younger people are not necessarily flocking to it,
No.
I don't know why. I guess it could be the hours, the lack of leverage, the compensation.
Well, they're flocking to media, just a different type of media. They're flocking to TikTok and Instagram.
Right, but you can't pay mortgages with attention. And
I always have.
this gentleman is doing a hell of a job. And I was texting the colonel last night. I said, I haven't seen... the comparison I made, Papers? I said, you.
Oh, that's so nice.
I really did. I said,
wonderful.
intelligent, great work ethic, likable. I said, you got a home run hire there. So that guy, major recommendation. I haven't seen anybody like that in a long time. So tip of the cap. But the column he wrote yesterday, as far as if you're a college football fan, it's outstanding. Anyway, Stiefel Dossier. Adam Wainwright, 8 o'clock. John Mozeliak, 9 o'clock. And Brad Thompson, 10 o'clock. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling. Email of the day, 10:45. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Wow. Like sometimes I say this is Bird York, but it's Kate Bush, right?
Dick York.
Dick York.
Dick Sargent.
Dick Wolf.
Law and Order.
Dick Van Patten.
Dick Allen.
And in the Charlie Sheen Netflix show, major recommendation, by the way, Dick Van Patten hosted a program in which Charlie Sheen and Martin Sheen took on Michael Jordan and beat him. The Sheen family, similar to my family DNA, not the tallest of people.
What's Martin clocking in at?
I think I might tower over Martin. I don't think Charlie's particularly tall either. And they beat Michael Jordan, and Dick Van Patten was your host, Doug. So who would have thought that the Bird York correction on Kate Bush would have led us to Michael Jordan losing to the Sheens?
In basketball.
That's correct.
Like
And they have
2-on-1?
video of it.
Like 2-on-1? Like
A great jumper by Charlie. You know Jordan wanted to win.
For sure. Charlie's a great baseball player.
Yeah, good pitcher. Yeah, apparently a junior college scholarship.
Right. He was throwing real gas in Major League.
It sounds like something on acid, like Charlie Sheen, Martin Sheen, Michael Jordan
I
basketball.
swear I saw the video.
Well, didn't Michael Jordan play Michael Jackson in the kind of one-on-one thing? Didn't they,
Excuse me?
did they play like one-on-one basketball?
Michael Jordan played
I'll
from
do it.
Thriller, Beat It, Billie
Yeah,
Jean.
Michael Jackson was like in like the full Michael Jackson gear, like the
What
like the
in the
I
hell?
don't understand.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
yeah.
Yeah.
Michael Jordan played Michael Jackson in
Yes.
basketball.
Yeah, there's
a picture.
yeah they like
What in God's
he's like giggling
name?
and stuff, and Jordan's like seems to be into it.
Who won that one? That one had to go right down to the wire.
I would think.
Jackson
Tell me
just
there's a
missed
video of this.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes. Oh my God.
Yeah, they.
It says the story behind arguably the greatest crossover in the
there's
history of
there's
music and
YouTube.
sport.
Ooh, and now they're moonwalking together.
Oh, this is from the video for Jam. Is that Space Jam, I guess?
I guess yeah, that would make sense.
I didn't really like that song, Doug. Did you enjoy it?
I was okay, I guess. I don't know.
I thought it was like a competitive.
No, I don't. I don't know who would sanction that.
What was the line on that? Was that on the board or is that the UMass game?
Playing to 11. I don't know if you can name your number.
Get involved on the program, 314-399-9646. And already, Martin, they are not happy with this Mozeliak interview in studio at 9 o'clock that has not occurred yet. Will you guys go easy on Mo or you hold his feet to the fire about the horrible job he's done? I need to know if I should listen or not. That's from the 314. And already, Doug,
Seems
the
like they're
media
open
in this
to it.
town is soft.
Sure.
Yeah, they're open to a nice conversation.
Have someone go out of their way to come into your station and then just start yelling at them. That's how it works, right? Sure.
So you will begin screaming. Who's going to scream
I'm not
first?
screaming at anyone. He might scream at us, but we don't get to scream at him.
Yeah, I love it when you scream my name, baby.
There you go.
I think there's plenty to discuss. I think there's a lot of pertinent topics. What's happened to the franchise, staring out at the empty seats. I think all of that is on the table. There will be arbitrage, Tim.
I like that. That's Jackson just did that on Movie Boy, didn't you? You
Yeah.
did There Will Be Arbitrage?
Yep, that's right.
What was
Gareth
Movie
this
Boy
week?
Yeah, I know.
Movie
Gareth's
Boy
Friday.
this past week was talking about the movie Him, which is a sports psychological thriller.
Is that with a friend of the program, Marlon Wayans?
Yes, Marlon Wayans was a great performance by Marlon Wayans. Not a great movie, but a great performance by Marlon Wayans. And then I did the movie The Long Walk, and I did it while on a walk. Meta. So that was last week.
Will you review boxing films while in a ring? Getting clocked.
I do like the
You're
meta.
going to be the Daniel Day-Lewis of reviews?
Yeah, guerrilla podcasting. Just go out in the world.
Review Animal House, do a rewatch, but be in a fraternity house drinking.
That could be achieved. Yeah, method pod.
Don't be a method potter.
Can we do the human centipede?
No.
Hard pass. I don't have the dexterity.
St. Louis media could learn a thing or two from the WNBA beat writer who asked the Liberty players if their coach should be fired, running fried at the said coach. Grow some balls, boys. Doug, that's Rusty Pecker, and he wants us to follow in line with WNBA beat reporters. I'll let my wife know we're putting the house up for sale.
And they ask the players right after the game if they want the coach fired? Is that what this fella did?
Yeah.
Okay. I probably won't do
Was it
that.
Henshin that asked the question?
Yeah, where is free perk?
What beat is he on?
I think he's on the Colts, and they are on a collision course, Doug, for a rematch with the Eagles.
All right. Unbeaten so far. 3-0 is a nice start for them. I don't think anybody really had them penciled in as one of the favorites, did they?
Well, the Irsay daughters are making magic in Indianapolis. Brian Henson will join us along with John Mozeliak in studio 9 o'clock. Adam Wainwright at 8 o'clock. Brad Thompson at 10 o'clock. And we will read your texts attacking us for not screaming at John Mozeliak. I guess probably from 10 to 11. And maybe some tomorrow, honestly.
Would it be kind of funny if we had the cameras rolling and as soon as he walked in the door, we did just start yelling
Like
at
I
him?
just came up to him like a chicken hawk and started putting my finger in his chest.
Yeah, that would play well.
That was the Elliot Davis model, is the camera was always rolling. And then you'd go up to said governor or mayor, but the tape's already rolling. So then when they let you have it, it's on tape.
And the people look guilty just by the camera movement, really. So
Especially
barging
when
into
they-
his
I like-
office, this guy's done something.
I like when they run away.
I have in Predictionary an over-under of 35.5 texts that we'll get saying we're soft and protecting Mozeliak. So
I do like that number that Vegas set.
I have to say I have it in Predictionary, and I already have Tim locked in at the over.
Yeah.
I'll take the over.
Okay.
And what's the clock? From the moment he sits down to the moment he leaves?
Yeah.
So all of this pre-hate doesn't count?
No, pre-hate is
All right.
you can get a feel on it from the pre-hate, but that won't.
You can text in your hatred of things that have not happened yet at 314-399-9646. And you are also welcome to call in with your criticism of things that have not happened yet at 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson, sponsor of the phone lines on the program. And then you can just gather with other friends. YouTube.com/TMA. STL 202 folks are in there right now talking it over. Michelob Ultra is the sponsor of the YouTube chat, and that is at youtube.com/TMASTL, or you can open up the YouTube app on your phone, type in TMASTL, and then you can watch the show, and then you can always rewind it and go back and podcast that way, too. It's a whole thing, and it's wonderful. It's the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Brown and Crouppen and Jackson with Terry, Andy, Ed, they usually are on Tuesdays, but today they will not be on. That's
right.
correct?
Yeah. Yep. Correct.
But Brown and Crouppen just extended the presenting sponsorship of TMA. We were grateful.
Thank you so much.
Yesterday. Tip of the cap to Greg Jost, the salesperson who handles that account. So they have extended to make it, I believe, their third year of being the presenting sponsor of TMA. The name of the game, support the sponsors. Brown and Crouppen, presenting sponsor, founded here in St. Louis in 1979. Don't you want a local law firm that knows how to handle the ins and outs of your case and the local environment? Well, that's Brown and Crouppen. They can come into studio and talk it over with us because they live here. They are involved in the St. Louis community, and they treat their clients and employees like gold. After an accident, money can be tight, and that's why they offer so much for free. First call, free. First consultation, free. Stuck at home or the hospital, they come to you for free. At Brown and Crouppen, you pay nothing up front. They don't get paid unless you get paid. When you are a Brown and Crouppen client, all your questions are answered for free. Get the facts from Brown and Crouppen. If you think you may need Brown and Crouppen services, call 314-222-2222 or go to brownandcrouppen.com and make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. Doug, we've got audio for the ages.
Have we?
From the college football circuit. I think take your pick. What's your favorite, Jackson? Tease it.
Mike Elko.
Mike Elko. Yeah. Mike Elko, he's not happy about something that Missouri fans are not happy about, but Missouri fans might not be happy that he said it. That's my assessment. Lane Kiffin's my favorite audio. Ooh. Lane Kiffin and I.
And the segment is titled Angry Coach Corner.
Angry Coach Corner. Angry Coach Corner is coming up. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
Mortgage loans can get a little complicated, but Together Credit Union is here for you throughout the entire process. As your hometown home loan provider, Together Credit Union has a home loan solution for every buyer. They have fixed rate, adjustable rate, conventional, jumbo loans, all of it, and they can explain it to you as well. Get in on the action, whether you're buying your first home, downsizing. Together Credit Union here for you. And those specialty loans, we keep talking about the community contributors, talking about teachers, firefighters, first responders. Find out more about those programs because you'll get special rates, special perks. If you're a community contributor, check in with our friends at Together Credit Union. Yes, it's a little complicated, but they'll walk you through it, and all of it's done in-house. All of it right here in St. Louis. The underwriting, the servicing, everything is done local. It's Together Credit Union. They are your hometown home loan provider. You can check out rates at togethercu.org. Here's to making St. Louis your home. Stop by and see them. 14 branches around town or online, togethercu.org. Together Credit Union is federally insured by NCUA.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. During a workout yesterday, Houston Rockets star point guard Fred VanVleet suffered a torn ACL and can miss the entirety of the 2025-2026 seasons, sources tell ESPN. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Bruce Springsteen's birthday? Mm-hmm. That's our theme. Doug, how old do you think? Jackson, you nailed it on Billy D. Williams' age. But I guess you're privy to this information, so you have to recuse yourself from the guess.
He's old enough that he's started to look like Woody Allen. So also,
that's what happens in the aging process?
For him, it did.
But Woody Allen's looked kind of the same for a long time. Woody Allen looked 80 when he was 40.
Yeah, but Bruce Springsteen hasn't. But now he looks like
best.
Woody Allen. I'll say 73.
My honest answer is 75. That's what I think.
I think he was born in 1950, but maybe he was born in 51. I'll say 75.
Oh, wow.
He's 76.
Oh, wow. If you would have Price is Right at me, you would have won Jackson's
born in
big
49.
prize. Mm-hmm. 76 bills.
Okay.
Wow.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. The show's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. You can watch it and talk it over with other TMA listeners. And the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, that's youtube.com/TMASTL. Just open up the YouTube app, type in TMASTL, subscribe to the show, and enjoy the presentation. Adam Wainwright, 8 o'clock. John Mozeliak, 9 o'clock. And Brad Thompson, usually on Mondays, was not able to do it yesterday. He'll be with us at 10 o'clock. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. That is coming your way at approximately 10:45. Martin, we're in the Stiefel dossier, and it's time for Angry Coach Corner. And I will hand this off now to the man with the heavy sweater because he is the leader in the room. His name is Jackson Burkett, and he lost on the money line of Colorado State on Saturday night at 11:30.
Yeah. Here's Mike Elko talking about the 3 annual opponents.
Now, for the record, it is believed to be and reported by multiple outlets now that Missouri's 3 annual opponents in the SEC, this is going to be announced officially tonight, along with their other 6 conference games in 2026. Not the dates yet. This is taking place on the SEC network, will be Arkansas, Oklahoma, and Texas A&M. That's for the next 4 seasons starting in 2026, and then the SEC will look at revamping it following the 2029 season. So a lot of Missouri fans and Texas A&M fans were surprised to see that Missouri and A&M were going to be annual opponents. Here is what Mike Elko, the head coach of the Aggies, said.
Not really. I mean, it's good, obviously, that we're playing the in-state rivalry. Always good to play LSU. I guess Missouri, I'm not sure how that fit in, but, it is what it is. And so, however they did that, it'll be fine.
Doug,
a little dismissive.
He wasn't that mad, really. They didn't get a very
Are you unhappy with Jackson calling it Angry Coach's Corner?
He didn't
now?
sound angry.
But people are angry in response.
They got kind of a rough draw. LSU, Missouri, and Texas. That's no easy game there.
No. What it tells you is in the categories that the SEC put together, Missouri was viewed as
their easy game.
Tier 3.
Yeah. But I don't think anyone that really thinks Missouri is going to be a pushover for the next 5 years or 3 years.
I better not.
Oh, what's going to happen if they are?
Yeah, listen.
Hey, listen.
Respect your opponent. Or your opponent,
that.
Or your opponent will disrespect you.
Take a listen to that, Doug.
Okay. Respect your
I think
opponent.
what he's saying, and I don't think it was overly rude, it feels a little dismissive, but there isn't a lot of history there, right? I mean, I know they played each, but there isn't a blood boiling, oh, wow, it's the Aggies and the Tigers. I think that's what he's referencing, that there just isn't much there.
It's that damn Big 12 thing that who the hell cares about that?
Right.
That's what it is.
He probably would have preferred Arkansas there. Might be a little easier W than Missouri. Closer.
I just think he's like, yeah, I got to play Auburn this weekend, and I might not even be here. So, but I guess Matt Morris, the Cardinal pitcher, when they announced the plans for the new Busch Stadium, and I don't know, it was 2003 or 4, and he goes, I don't know, man. He goes, I'm not going to be here, so whatever. And I go, good answer. Now that I think about it, the way it works in college football, if Mike Elko's still there in 2029, he would have overcome quite a bit. I mean, it'd be wonderful if Eli Drinkwitz and Mike Elko are coaching against each other in 2029 in College Station. But, the way that the math works out, that isn't particularly likely.
And those Aggies give out some big checks. Whew, you get fired down there. You get yourself a big
Jimbo
old check.
Fisher enjoying things. Now, this is the one that I enjoyed the most personally, because I loathe the way that I see the SEC set up the day games versus the night games. Now, I also have to say this, from a business standpoint, totally understand why networks want the Blue Bloods, but Lane Kiffin at Ole Miss was asked about LSU and the showdown that they have this weekend and how it's a 2:30 game, just like this past weekend when they were playing Tulane. He has been vocal about the lack of night games at Oxford. He was asked about it yesterday. Here is the head coach of Ole Miss.
You alluded to it in the opening comments. Next week, more likely close to a top 10 matchup. LSU, it's at 2:30 again, just like this week. Is that a time you prefer when it's that same time as the week before? Or, I mean, what do you kind of feel like when it comes to that?
I'm over that. I just know what it's going to be. I told the commissioners here today, we're going to play LSU. It's going to be day during there. And we're going to go down there, and it's going to be at night. So I just know what it's going to be. So it is what it is. I'm sure we'll be at night at Georgia, too. So you can just mark that one in. Hey, if you just set it up that way, you won't be upset when it happens. Because you won't start to think, maybe it'll be different this time.
Pleasant media chuckle there.
It wasn't pleasant. I noticed that.
So he's wanting a night game for LSU at home.
Yes, but he's saying when we go to LSU next year, we know what will happen. It'll be a night game. And he's saying when we go to Georgia, we already know what it's going to be. It's going to be a night game. So he is aware of the caste system in the SEC. If one of those teams goes on the road, they usually get to do it during the day, unless they're playing each other. There are certainly exceptions. But when an Ole Miss or Missouri, and I think they would probably be considered comparable. Jackson, would you consider them comparable in the SEC pecking order?
Yes.
The way that it works is Alabama comes to Columbia. We'll get you at 11 o'clock. Jaden Daniels and LSU and that dainty little Southern debutante from South Boston who grinds on recruits, Brian Kelly, will get you at 11 o'clock. And LSU now with Brian Kelly goes to Oxford and they get 2:30. Right. So that's the nature of the beast. At the same time, if I'm a network, what do I want at night? I want Georgia and Alabama at night.
Right. And LSU. LSU always seems to get night games.
That's what his point is.
Yeah, you always if it's like a home and home, you'll get to play LSU at home at, crack of dawn. And then when you go there, you have to go to Death Valley at night. Mm-hmm. It's like, yeah, you get it. But at the same time, aren't we trying to have a competitive balance here? Aren't we trying to...
It's a business, though, and that's the reality.
It seems to me Ohio State plays in the afternoon all the time.
We've talked about that.
We have talked about that. Their boosters, the ones who move the dollars around for them, prefer the day game, so they aren't driving home at night.
Yep. That's really it.
That's the only stadium where people have to drive home after the game.
That's the only one where whoever it is, whatever guy driving like his boat-sized Cadillac back to Cleveland or Cincinnati, that guy must have some real cash. I would say, where's the PJ? But that's one of the things when they talk about, because in the Big Ten, that big noon thing, Martin, and I know it's great. I want to make sure.
For sure. The caveat that all things on Fox 2 are great.
Exactly right.
Other than that, Tim, please proceed.
Yeah, absolutely. They're not too pleased when their biggest games are usually 11 o'clock kickoffs Central Time.
Including
this week,
Michigan.
They get Penn, exactly right. Penn State and Oregon, however, is on NBC, and that will be right at the exact time of Georgia and Alabama this coming weekend. Jackson, also the local programs kind of got cucked yesterday by other coaches. Both Kurt Signetti in Bloomington and Lance Leopold, or is it Leipold or is it Leopold? Is Keith from Milwaukee going to call in?
He played with him, I believe. He was a quarterback. Leipold, I believe we decided. Although I think
Keith,
I'm just going to call him Leopold. It's easier.
Jackson, what do you have in the queue here?
So this is Lance Leipold talking about their upcoming opponent, the Cincinnati Bearcats.
The Cincinnati Bearcats, Doug, who lost to Nebraska at Arrowhead Stadium. They are 2-1. They had a lovely win over Bowling Green. This is what he had to say about his upcoming opponent, Cincinnati. This is the head coach of Rock Chalk Jay.
Why, okay.
And it's very obvious they've done that, and and especially including the quarterback position and what they're able to do and the start that they're off to. And I think our guys are well aware of that after introductions today, that this will be the best team that we've played so far.
That was an angry coach?
No, but it leads to an angry response.
And the dossier, Doug, and you were going to go.
But, Doug, if you're a Mizzou fan, how does that hit you?
Well, I don't even know what he was talking about.
Cincinnati will be the best team they've played, yet they played Missouri earlier, so it's a swipe.
All right, I was just trying to figure out the soundbite started in such a way that it sounded like it was picked up in the middle. I didn't know what he was talking about.
You're critical to front-end editing now.
Can we have a new segment called Bad Editing?
All right. Maybe just needed a different setup.
From 11 o'clock until 6:59 in the morning, 11 o'clock a.m. until 6:59, all he gets is text from me with audio. And then from 7 a.m. to 11 a.m., he gets the criticism of the way the audio plays from Doug.
So here's the thing, and Doug, you're not wrong. It's tough because all I wanted was that part where he says, this is no doubt going to be the toughest opponent we've played so far. That's all I want.
It wasn't.
But I don't want to leave people with no context.
No.
But I don't want them to also have to listen to a minute of Bearcat breakdown.
No, we don't want that.
So I tried to bridge the gap and, again, just lead you to that last point he made.
Okay.
So here we are talking about the editing of it instead of the content.
It would have taken less time to play a longer clip. Sometimes we need a setup sentence that says, he's knee-deep talking about the Bearcats roster when he said this.
Okay. ...
No,
you're classically trained.
Can we try it again?
No, I don't want to. Because now we're not even going to talk about the meat of it.
Okay, moving on, Papers.
Okay.
Question for the day is, do you think he was purposefully trying to take a shot at Missouri, or not even thinking about it?
I think it's coach speak.
I think it's what you do when it's like Lou Holtz used to talk up.
Correct.
Or Tony La Russa would say nobody's playing better than the Pirates.
And they get mad if you argue. But they're 30 games under. What? You watch them play?
No. I think this might have been more of a cuck sitch. You agree with me? The Signetti one was more of a cuck
because
sitch on
his
ILL.
brand.
This is perfect because Leipold and Signetti, I think, are on opposite sides of the spectrum.
Yes.
I truly think Lance Leipold is a magnanimous, really quality, nice guy. I'm not saying Kurt Signetti's a bad guy, but Kurt Signetti likes to troll a little.
Correct.
And here's him talking about Iowa, their upcoming opponent.
Great setup.
Good setup.
Great setup,
Very
Ochi.
nice.
And Iowa, it's a tough place to play, Kinnick Stadium. They sell it out almost every Saturday. It's loud. And so we're going to have to play well. This will be a challenge, a more difficult challenge than the last one for sure. And the sooner our guys realize that, the better.
Oh, a more difficult challenge than last week.
Now, in
played
fairness,
Illinois.
they're going to Iowa City. It was at Bloomington last week.
Doug, do you feel like he was furious?
It didn't seem furious, no. Just seemed like he was talking about his next opponent, really.
Right. I think when I say angry coaches, it's eliciting anger from fan bases.
Or people that don't like the editing.
Coach corner / angry reaction.
Yeah. Angry coach reaction would be better.
Angry coach reaction.
So are you apologizing to the audience for the title of this segment in the Stiefel dossier?
No.
It's not a publicly disclosed document.
No, it is not.
I think it should be. People want answers.
Tweet out the dossier.
I like when
I'm
it's
good.
changing in front of me. By the way, at segment 8.3, which I'm going to guess is going to be around 8:57, we're going to go, oh, crap, we're way behind.
It's a tight read.
It's called Primo. I feel like the 8.3 segment is now whoever the 9 o'clock guest is.
Yeah.
We had pre-Gabe.
Pre-Gabe.
Now we have Primo.
Primo. Exactly.
Primo. By the way, listening to the show, Senator Schmidt sent me a text and said he had sent out a tweet poking the senators from South Carolina, wanting answers why they lobbied the SEC so Mizzou didn't get to play South Carolina. So Senator Schmidt mad that we don't have SEC as a regular Mizzou opponent.
South Carolina?
South Carolina.
Okay.
I'm sorry, did I say that wrong?
I didn't know about that.
Yeah.
So he's
I think
irritated.
he's poking fun.
I got it.
Wishing that Mizzou, South Carolina would
Yeah, I
continue.
would have preferred that too.
I kind of wanted Tennessee just because I think it's.
I didn't think that was ever in play because Tennessee has so many damn
I
rivals.
know,
They
but
got to
I'm
play
just-
Vanderbilt. They got to play Alabama. And I figured they would play Kentucky, but they got the best draw.
Yeah.
From my standpoint.
But I'm saying as a Mizzou fan, I realize their dance card was full. I kind of like the Mizzou Tennessee despise that goes on.
Jackson really doesn't.
I would have loved it.
Like in terms of your blood boiling, even Arkansas, I'm like, okay, it's a rivalry, but you don't get.
They've
angry.
established that as like the Mizzou
I know,
SEC
but
rival.
I'm asking as a fan.
I would rather it be Tennessee. Yeah.
Doesn't that get you going? Even
but I'd also
Kentucky
rather
won.
get a win than Arkansas. Historically, in the SEC, has been the win for Missouri.
Wow. Now Arkansas fans have had their anger elicited by sports producers.
Just
They're
numbers,
going to be
man.
playing that soundbite in Little Rock.
W's and L's, and Missouri's got a lot of W's.
Okay.
In terms
about
of the
track?
matchup with the Razorbacks. What's up?
What about track?
Track, like track and field.
Didn't the Arkansas 80 reference?
yeah.
I'm sorry, Tim. That was a callback, and that falls into Jackson's new segment called "What's Up."
Yeah.
And he said that Arkansas had won 39 NCAA championships in various sports.
Yeah, but this is like when Auburn just like claimed the national championships. They're like, yeah, we won 7 more overnight. It's total lawlessness.
Total lawlessness.
That could be a segment. Total lawlessness.
Oh, lawlessness.
Maybe Mizzou could just start.
Wallace. Where?
Where's Wallace?
Just start cranking.
My Uncle Wallace had a plastic ear.
Yeah, he texts in every once in a while. If you're struggling with your memory, that could be something for Mentality to help you out with. Mentality is online at mentalityhealth.com. Mentality, longtime sponsor here on TMA. If you are working out, but you're not putting on muscle like you used to, if you are eating well, but you're putting on weight and going, what is going on here? If you're waking up and feeling sluggish throughout the course of the day, no energy for the people you love, if your bedroom could talk, it wouldn't have anything to brag about, these can be symptoms of low testosterone. Stop being tired of being tired. Get back to the guy you used to be. Visit mentalityhealth.com and reserve your spot today. That's Mentality online at mentalityhealth.com. Whether it's low energy, weight gain, or just that feeling something's off, Mentality can help online at mentalityhealth.com. Adam Wainwright going to join us here in a matter of moments. John Mozeliak in studio at 9 o'clock. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Welcome back. Morning After 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. And it is our pleasure to welcome to the Collier and Thompson phone lines the Cardinal Hall of Famer, Doug the Great, Adam Wainwright, with us here on the program. Morning, Adam.
Morning. Not a Cardinal Hall of Famer yet. Not yet.
I mean, you know what? I'd love to be hosting the show if you didn't get in. Just take calls for the next 4 hours and pure anger.
Luckily, Keith Law is not on that panel.
Oh, would he be pushing back?
Well, remember the I don't want to bring it up. I'm sorry. I did. Rewind the tape, Jackson. Hey, welcome. It's Adam Wainwright, who will be going into the Cardinal Hall of Fame in the summer of 2027.
That's right.
That would be great.
Yes. Adam, good morning, and welcome to the program. Doug, we were having this conversation at the outset of the show. The Cardinals are 3.5 back. They have 5 games left. If you look at the math, they're given, what, Martin, a 0.1% chance of getting into the playoffs. If you're in the clubhouse and you have this kind of situation, what is the real mindset of a team when you theoretically are still there, but you would need the teams ahead of you to basically lose everything?
Well, I mean, until it's a mathematical impossibility, you have to be playing like your hair's on fire down the stretch here. I mean, I think they know they're in a situation where they have to realistically win every game and hope, right? I mean, that's all they can do. And at this point, you like to be in a position to control your own destiny. That's not where they are entirely, except for they just have to win. It's that simple. They have to win. And the good thing is, I mean, they're playing the Giants. Those guys have to win too. So they're going to be playing very competitive games. The Giants are, a half a game ahead of them, if I'm not mistaken. So, I mean, the Cards just have to win, and that's all there is to it. Probably if they lose one game, probably it's over, so they're going to have to win and hope. But it's not impossible. I mean, look, I will go to my grave saying that if 2011 is possible, then anything is possible, because that was crazy, crazy, crazy. So you just never give up until it's over.
It felt like it was over about a month ago, and yet they still are right, somewhat in the hunt. Is it possible that this Cardinal team is a little bit better than what most people give them credit for?
Well, I do think that. I think they are. I think they have some things that are really good to build around. I mean, Alec Burleson's season has just been so fun. I mean, Donnie's an all-star. I think you look at the 3 young starters you got in there that, 2 and plus Sonny. Sonny's had a solid season, but, if you were looking at that team as a whole, I take it back to like a month ago. I said the Cardinals are going to be playing for their playoff lives with the last 3 games of the regular season against the Chicago Cubs, and everybody laughed at me. And then, they just had such great opportunities the last couple of weeks, and they lost those 5 games in a row, and they gained a half game in the division. Did you know that? How about that?
Yeah, that's when we said if they just stop playing games, they might get back in it.
Right. I think they lost 5 in a row and gained half a game in the division because everybody else was choking, and then they had an off day, and the other team lost too. So it's like, oh my goodness, man, they could absolutely be in a wild card spot right now. But I think this goes to show you that maybe Heim is not as far from having a real great playoff caliber team as everyone thought. I mean, they're 3 games under 500 right now. They have a chance to finish 2 games over 500, which we won the World Series at 83 and 78. Now I know we had some injuries, but so is this team. They're playing without Mason, they're playing without Contreras, and some pitching injuries. I mean, our trading at the deadline, we traded one of the best closers in baseball, great setup man, and another great setup man. So I mean, look, we're really close. I think Heim has a chance to go out and get a couple of arms. And hopefully they do that, and they're going to be right there. I'm telling you, right there.
Now, I know you're always optimistic, and it sounds like you believe this is possible. So I'm wondering, if you were Sonny Gray or if you were Wilson Contreras, would you want to be here next year, or would you think, I'd rather take a crack at it somewhere else?
Well, they've already proven they want to be there.
Right.
Now, whether the Cardinals want to unload that salary or not is a different question. But if they really want to be there, and last time I talked to them, they both did. They love being there. They love their families love being there. You know, they've got great setups there in St. Louis. St. Louis is maybe the all-time greatest place to raise a family in the world. I really believe that. And the fan base is incredible. You know, it's been a tough year this year, but it's going to be rocking there real soon. So I wouldn't be surprised if they want to stay. I mean, it's St. Louis. It's the greatest place to play baseball there is. That's just the facts of it. You know, everybody would say that. So, yeah, I would want to be there. I would want to, if I'm Sonny, I would not want to miss out. If I'm Wilson, I would not want to miss out on completely resurrecting this team. I think it's really close.
Adam, do you still watch all the games, or as many as you can, or at some point you've seen enough baseball in your life, or you're still a diehard fan when you're not playing?
Well, I think I'm very loyal to the Cardinals. I'm just, you know, you got me for life. So I probably watch about 3/4 of the games. I'm still working for Fox a little bit here and there, so I'm trying to stay, you know, kind of in the know of all the things baseball right now. But when I turn the lights out and I'm in bed and there's a baseball game on, I'm usually watching a Cardinal game. You know, especially if I know one of the pitchers on the mound, Liberatore or McGreevy's on the mound, or Miles is on the mound, guys I really love. You know, I'm watching those games. So I have fun being a fan. More than a Cardinals player, I'm a Cardinal fan. You know, so it's great to be part of that. I feel like I'm family, and I keep up with it as much as I can.
Adam Wainwright, our guest here on TMA, joining us on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. I'm curious, with all of your postseason appearances, with all of your success, was there ever a time when you were either watching when the Cardinals were not in it, or you were going into a postseason where you felt like you had a real good gauge on whether it be an advantage for the Cardinals, perhaps a disadvantage for the Cardinals, or if you and your teammates perhaps said, man, that team over there, whether they be in the American League, an opponent of yours or otherwise, that's the team that is going to be incredibly tough to beat. The reason I ask that is it strikes me that the Major League Baseball postseason now is more of a tournament with a lot of upsets and really difficult to handicap. And so I'm trying to gauge from a player's perspective who played in so many postseason games, if you guys have a sense of how things will play out.
I don't know if you have a sense for how things are going to play out, but you definitely have a sense of who's going to be very tough if they get into the postseason. A couple years ago, when 2022, I think, we played the Phillies in the postseason.
Right.
And in September, I believe we played them as well. And I remember, I think we swept them, but we left that series in September going, if that Philly team gets in, they're going to be a force to be reckoned with. And you remember they beat us, they beat the Braves that year. That was a dangerous team just because you knew they had Zach Wheeler and Aaron Nola and Christopher Sanchez. All those guys were Ranger Suarez. Those guys were throwing the ball so great, but you know that offense is just dangerous. Any time it could take off. I think in 2011. I was looking at our team, and I knew that if we got in, here's why. I knew in 2011 if we got in, we were going to have a great chance to win, if not win it for sure, because we had three big guys in the middle of the lineup, and that's if you look at World Series teams around baseball every single year, they have a couple of great starters, they have a great bullpen, and they have three big guys in the middle of their lineup. In 2006, Roland, Edmonds, Pujols. In 2011, Pujols, Holiday, Berkman. Great accompanying pieces as well. But you look at the Phillies, Schwarber, Harper, Realmuto,
Castellanos and Turner. Yeah.
Castellanos, Turner. They got the whole thing. So, I always look for those three things. So if I was going to look at the Cardinals team and compare that to kind of go back to what your comment was or your question was earlier, the Cardinals, do they have three big guys in the middle of their lineup? Probably. I wouldn't say they have three big guys in the middle of their lineup, right? The three guys that could change the outcome of a game with one swing of the bat at any moment against any pitcher. I don't know if they have three of those. They have some great accompanying pieces. They have. I don't know what they have in the middle of that lineup, but they have some really good hitters. I don't know if they have three big guys, and you need two starters, at least two, going into postseason that you go, we're winning that game when they take the mound. Doesn't matter who the other guys on the other side. We're winning that game when that guy takes the mound. Do they have two of those? I think McGreevy could be one of those. I do think Liberatore could be one of those. So it's yet to be seen. Sonny could be one of those for sure. You have a good bullpen? Man, I've been very impressed with these young pitchers. I mean, Swanson and O'Brien out of the bullpen, they have some great young pieces in the bullpen. So, man, it's going to be interesting to see. But do they have three big bats? That's what I want to know. As a pitcher, when I face a lineup, three big bats in the middle of the lineup complicates things.
John Mozeliak's going to be here in studio in the 9 o'clock hour. He has said on record his biggest regret was the Ozuna trade. They were chasing an outfield bat for a while. They did it with Hayward, then with Ozuna, and he said trading Gallen and Alcantara is his biggest regret. If those two were here, you think the last 10 years, you think, is that enough of a difference that it would have? How big of an impact do you think that would have been?
Well, I mean, obviously, Sandy was a Cy Young winner, but you never know how those things are going to shake out, because if I would have stayed in Atlanta, I probably almost certainly would have never been the same pitcher as I was when I went to St. Louis. I got a fresh start. I got to kind of shadow Chris Carpenter. I don't know if I do that over there. I had some great guys but I'd kind of muddied the waters with my reputation over there. It wasn't great. So you just never know how that's going to turn out. But you have to think back. Everybody was on Mo about getting a bat. We need a bat. We need a bat. We need a bat. And Ozuna just came off, I think he was second in the MVP. So you're talking about a guy who was a game-changing bat, and we needed a game-changing bat. So would I have looked back? Would I have traded everybody in the entire farm system except for Sandy? Yeah. I could see trading Gallen. He's a great pitcher, but those 6'6" guys that throw 100 miles an hour that are stinking, those don't grow on trees. I probably would have traded almost anybody except for Sandy. But look, he had to get a big time bat, and he got a big time bat. And I think if you look at some other trades you never know, especially when you're trading prospects, if they're going to work out. When we traded Nolan Arenado, everybody thought that was the greatest trade in the world, and I still think it might be one of the greatest trades in the world. Because we traded five guys, and Austin Gomer's done okay over there. I think Montero's, I don't know, he's okay, maybe in Japan or someplace. But I couldn't name any of the other players that we traded for him. You just never know how that's going to turn out. I mean, he might have traded five Sandys. Who knows? But that's not how it worked out. So, yeah, I mean, looking back, if Mo would have said, hey, do you think we should trade Sandy? I would have said, take half my contract away. Do not trade Sandy. Do anything to not trade Sandy. But that's just the nature of the business. He needed a bat, and he got one.
I think we followed up via text about the golf outing. It was the Cardinals versus the Blues. I think John Jay was there, and Pronger might have been there. And then it was I've had differing views on who won that little head-to-head. It was at Log Cabin. And did you get clarity on who won, and then hang in with Jack Nicklaus, if you could give us some insight?
Yeah, that was a great night. That was such a fun night, and I mean, are you asking who won between the Cardinals and the Blues?
Yes, because
the Cardinals won.
Okay, I feel like I might have heard from the other side that it was unclear. Okay, I don't know. I just wanted to be sure. Okay,
that sounds like a Pronger vehicle to me.
I'm not naming names. I'm just okay. So the Cardinals won.
Look,
okay,
if you have if you have one side saying, I think it's unclear, and one side saying, no, we clearly won.
That's a good tell.
You know, if the other side's not arguing, no, we won, you know, and they're like, I don't know, it's unclear, they lost. You know what I'm saying? So, but that was an incredible night. It was we had a lot of fun. It was a really cool venue. I've never played with glow balls before. That was really fun. So I tell you what, though, some of those guys had some good swings. Those guys, you could tell they play a lot of golf. Robbie Thomas has got a great swing. You could tell he plays a lot of golf. And Ozzie hit some great shots as my partner. We had fun. But, yeah, out of nowhere, we're over there taking a picture, and then all of a sudden you hear this, hi, guys, and it's like, you know that's Jack. That was a very bad Jack Nicklaus.
It wasn't that bad.
I know, I got to tell you, I thought the same thing. I thought it was a pretty good Jack Nicklaus
it was
impression.
not that bad.
You know, when you hear his voice, there's only one voice in the world that sounds like that. Like when Bob Gibson used to come in the room, you're like, that's Bob Gibson. You know, that's Bob Gibson. And when he walked in, or we all of a sudden stand, they're like, yeah, we got a surprise. He's like, hi, guys. I'm like, oh, my goodness, that's Jack Nicklaus. And it's really neat sometimes when you're up against or up next to arguably the greatest that their craft to ever live. I mean, I'm a Tiger guy. I grew up in a Tiger era. No one will ever be better than Tiger. But you have to at least include Jack in that conversation, if not ahead of him. So to see him, to hang out with him, I got to speak to him a little bit because my music producer actually produced a song for Jack Nicklaus as well that Jack sang for his wife. I don't remember, for a birthday or something. So we had something to talk about. But he was a great man, and man, cool to be around.
I got to find audio Jack Nicklaus singing. I don't know.
Who knew? Adam Wainwright.
Yeah, I don't know what that sounded like.
Well, give us a sampling because you do such a good Jack. Now you need to do an impression of him singing.
No, I actually did a bad Jack, and I would do a worse singing Jack.
Okay, that's fair.
Adam, Big League Impact, the passion and the way that it has been so impactful in St. Louis with so many different events. Recently, the fantasy football draft. BigLeagueImpact.org is where our audience can learn more. What is on the itinerary, and how is the fantasy football performance so far early on in the season?
Well, we had a great draft that day at Busch Stadium. The guys in the league so far have put it to me. I'm not going to lie. They have. I've had a couple of bad weeks. Of course, I had C.D. Lamb in my lineup this last week, and that really hurt me. I had Bijan Robinson in my lineup, and he only, he did okay. I had Saquon, and Saquon was the one that he had like 8 or 9 points, but C.D. had a 0. I had another guy completely underwhelmed. So I've gotten whooped every week. I feel like I've picked the right guys, and it just hasn't worked out. I mean, it's like I remember Joe Madden used to say when he would make decisions and they didn't work out, it's like, hey, blame the result, not the decision. The decision was right, the result didn't work out. I feel like that's how I've set my lineup, with the right decision, and it just hasn't worked out so far. But
I'm hearing excuses, Tim. I don't know.
No, he trusts the process.
Okay,
he likes his process. He doesn't like his results.
We're 2-1.
Absolutely. No, well, you didn't hear excuses. What you heard was reasoning why it's going to be great at the end of the season.
Okay.
That's what you heard.
Man,
gosh, this guy's so optimistic. I need a slice. Tim, you need a big slice. I need a little
really
slice of this. Yeah,
we would bring him down if we were around Adam too much. He's always glass half full. Adam, always enjoy the conversation. Thank you so much for taking time out of your morning to join us, and we'll look forward to talking again soon.
Okay, thanks, guys.
That's Adam Wainwright with us here on TMA, joining us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines.
I enjoyed the Jack Nicklaus. As soon as he said, I'm like, I know what he's doing. Like Jack Nicklaus's voice in the distance. You turn around, you know it's him.
Nicklaus is surprisingly not very tall. Kind of a short guy, because he was a bomber back in the day, using those little wood clubs and everything.
Is that a 2-iron he hit at Pebble Beach on 17?
He hit everything. If it was in the bag, he could hit it. And to think that, with technology, is how much it has helped the game now and players. And he's back in the Stone Age of golf in his heyday in the 60s and 70s, and he was still hitting it 8-ton.
We are at peak anger, which is perfect with John Mozeliak coming in at 9 o'clock, Martin, in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. They're mad at us for Adam Wainwright being positive about the Cardinals. They're mad at us because Adam Wainwright is positive about the Cardinals.
Okay, well then don't blame the decision, blame the result.
Nice, I like that. Trust the process.
I think it really is possible that the Cardinals are a little bit better than what we give them credit for. I don't think it's a good team. It's not a great team. It's not a playoff team, but it's not the worst team that's ever come down the pike either. And I kind of get the feeling that the fans are kind of in that mindset that we've never been this bad. This is horrible. We're not going. We're not going to watch or anything. And I think they're a little bit better than what we give them credit for.
Go give us a Slurpee because, hey, we're trying hard.
That's my honest assessment. I don't think it's a great team. I don't think it's a playoff team. But I don't think it's the worst thing I've ever seen either.
Well,
This town's soft.
Harrison's brother Master does not agree with you.
No, I'm sure not.
The Cardinals are 20 games out of the division. They are not close. What are we doing here? That's from Harrison's brother Master.
And that's on the heels of great question, Martin. Irrelevant, off subject. Stop talking.
What question was that?
Must have been about Nicholas, I'm
Jack
guessing.
Nicklaus.
I thought that was something of note. But Harrison's brother, the brother seems to be a master of something. Great question. Irrelevant, off subject. And he liked it so much that he sent it 3 times in a row.
Just to make sure that you'd read it.
It's called Begging to be Read.
What does Adam Wainwright know about baseball? He only played at the highest level for 20 years. That's from the Pope.
And his personality has kind of been out there.
Off-putting.
You know, like he's like a really positive, wonderful guy. And so if you thought he was just going to rip the Cardinals for 15 straight
He's
minutes.
always positive. Remember Goldschmidt last year in the tank? He's like, oh, he's about to turn it around. I can see it. That's just how he sees it.
Right.
I'm so envious of that.
Because it wouldn't work in sports radio. Hey, Adam, the Falcons suck. I'll hang up and listen. I don't know, man. I thought they ran the ball. Like, you just wouldn't break
Nobody's
him.
playing better than the Panthers.
You're not going to break him.
I'm not sure it would work the other way in sports. You couldn't constantly be negative thinking, this is not going to work. We're going to lose. I don't feel great. That wouldn't work. You don't become a superstar athlete with that attitude. You don't.
Walking in every day. Like, Adam, how you doing? Terrible.
Yeah,
This team sucks.
terrible.
Well, it's mid-April. We got a ways to go.
If you hated it, if you were that down on it, you probably wouldn't put the effort needed to get to that level.
All these text inbox toughs would stutter and cower if they talked to Adam Wainwright and John Mozeliak in person. Go back to your drive-thrus. That's from the Crestwood Coyote.
Drive-thrus?
These are coming from the drive-thrus?
Hello.
Doug, Mount Rushmore of drive-thrus real quickly.
I guess you got to put Sonic right there because that's, it's a
wouldn't
drive-in.
Chick-fil-A be the
Has
George
to be.
Washington?
Has to be.
Chick-fil-A is the George
What are we
Washington.
referencing now? The process?
Efficiency.
Efficiency. Was it rallies that always had the double wide kind of?
Could never figure out which one to go to.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
And you pick the wrong one. You have to reach over your car.
I went to White Castle, and when I pulled in, Doug, now this was a little later, you might be surprised to hear in the evening, the gentleman greeted me by saying, what do you want? And at that moment, I thought I probably wasn't going to get the best treat.
How about the one that says, cluck, cluck, save a buck? Which one was that?
Raising Cane's.
Raising Cane's.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah.
Some French fries and gravy, sir.
Cane's has got it down because did you want the chicken tenders or the chicken tenders?
Right.
Perfect. Can't screw up the order.
Right.
Mr. Licks is furious with the Stiefel dossier. It's 8:27, and Jackson hasn't had you guys spend a single second on a little American event I like to call the Ryder Cup. It's from Mr. Licks. Jackson, would you like to apologize to Mr. Licks?
Yeah. No, actually, never mind.
No, don't
I'm not going to apologize. There's no real news on it yet. You know, like it'll start and I'll watch, and I can't wait. It's my favorite golf event, but you know, it hasn't started yet.
All right.
Okay.
So it doesn't sound like Mr. Licks will be receiving the apology.
I'll be locked in on it if that's what you want. I'll be locked in on it. I love it.
Sports Viewing Festival.
Yeah,
this
Saturday.
weekend.
Saturday is of biblical proportions. I kind of hope
biblical proportions for sports watching.
Is it bad to say that I hope the weather in St. Louis on Saturday is kind of crummy, so I don't feel bad about it?
The forecast in St. Louis is glorious.
Yeah,
this weekend.
Damn,
it's great for Evolution Fest.
Yeah. Hey, listen, I'd rather
Sublime, TLC, Lenny Kravitz.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just be locked in. There's just too much on, too much on.
Well, you can watch TV when the weather's nice.
Yeah, I know, but I feel better about it if I'm going to sit inside all day. If it's like nasty and rainy outside, when it's a gorgeous day, you feel bad. But
can you
it's not
take a
gonna change
TV
the fact.
outdoors and on your porch or something?
Yeah, I got a humble brag. I have a little deck.
Oh God!
Yeah.
Not even a lanai.
I know.
How big is this deck?
10 by 10.
Oh,
Doug.
Yeah.
Probably a barbecue pit on it and everything.
No. Most places won't let you bring a grill or something to a second floor deck. It's a real fire hazard.
Oh, someone lives below you.
Yeah, second floor again. Humble brag. Yeah, I walk up a flight of stairs.
Oh God!
Do you flick your ashes down?
Yeah.
Very Manhattan.
Yeah, very.
I couldn't sleep last night because of Brandel Chambly, but yeah, I guess according to Jackson, there's been, quote, no news. Okay, bud. That's from Mr. Lick.
Here I go. Googling Brandel Chambly.
Okay, bud.
Here I go
close to
Googling
blocking
it
him.
to find out. See, this is...
John Mozeliak is going to be in studio, Doug. If they're not happy in the Air Comfort Service text inbox now, sweet mother of mercy, what is it going to look like over the next 2.5 hours?
Yeah, load up your pre-hate now.
That's correct.
In fact, just get it out of the way now. The worst interview ever. Fire that off now.
314-399-9646. Then you can also participate in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. That's youtube.com/TMA. STL. James Carlton presents The Colonel on Mondays and Fridays. James Carlton has been my insurance agent since 2019, and I would like to recommend him wholeheartedly to our audience. We had Jamie Rivers texting in during the show yesterday when James was in studio, and Jamie Rivers, and he said, hey, go ahead and let the audience know. He is saving $600 a month by switching to James Carlton. During the show last week, he said, hey, can you connect me with James? I said, be more than happy to. I don't think any of us, James, Jamie, or myself, thought that it would lead to $7,200 in savings every year, but that's what it was. And you can do the same thing. All you need to do is call 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. 2 minutes on the phone with somebody in James' office in Webster Groves could wind up saving you a lot of money. It's 2 minutes worth saving $7,000, I would think most people would say, yes, that's your investment. 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. 450 five-star reviews for James Carlton and his team, the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. John Mozeliak in studio coming up in a half hour. And I think we might have a little So What'd Your Grandma Think coming up with the NHL. I think we got a little So What'd Your Grandma Think coming up with the NHL. That's up next. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Doug, is this Jermaine Dupri?
I don't know who it is. Or the year.
I think Hove's in here, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Is that Sean Carter?
Yeah. But today is Jermaine Dupri's birthday.
Was checking in the same place I'm going to be on Thursday. And I was right behind Jermaine Dupri.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
And guess what? He's one of the only people in the whole world I'm taller than.
Really?
Yeah. We always would have Mickey Carroll at TMA events just so I could have one.
Have you ever been to Fairmount Park? Jockey room? See what I did there?
I liked it.
Gary Coleman back in the day. Did Webster get bigger later in life? Because he was a kid on the show. So I don't like Gary Coleman was a smaller kid and then stayed small. Did Webster get bigger later?
Doug, I know you've been monitoring Emmanuel Lewis and Ma'am.
And he might have played basketball with MJ.
George Papadopoulos and Ma'am, and they found Webster on a basketball court, and then they started living with him. I mean, honestly, I think there needs to be an investigation.
Yeah, that happens.
Same thing with Todd Bridges and Gary Coleman. Same opening scene.
So do you
know? I'm just telling you, if Twitter was around there, I think that would have been described as problematic circa 1982. I'm just telling you.
Which one came first?
Doug, what was first? Different strokes or Webster?
Different strokes.
Okay. All right, John Mozeliak in studio at 9 o'clock.
He'll talk to Emmanuel Lewis. By the way, it does say he's a retired actor.
Emmanuel Lewis?
He's Emmanuel Lewis.
His height was 4'3", but it says he's described as healthy. There was no known health condition, just unusually small.
Jackson, we got a So What'd Your Grandma Think? This is me just sending Chairman Kurt and Jackson audio all day. I'm scrolling through TikTok, and boy, I can't imagine what it's like playing in Toronto.
Oof.
If you're a Leaf.
Berube last year, remember Martin referenced it when they lost 2 preseason games, and they asked if he was really concerned.
Time to panic. Coach, is it time to panic?
So,
what? Time to panic?
Mitch Marner. Doug, you know where Mitch Marner is in 2025, 2026?
Did he go to Vegas?
That's right, VGK. And it is, from what I gather, an obsessive topic still. He was an obsessive topic when he was a Leaf, polarizing. Now that he's in Vegas, Austin Matthews is fielding daily questions about Mitch Marner going to Las Vegas, which, of course, happened a while ago. It's time for a little So What'd Your Grandma Think?
Okay.
I thought we were going to get the Open.
Oh, you want the Open? Here I go. Pull up the Open. Hey, listen. No one needs to tell me twice.
This is Angry Host Corner 8-3.
No one needs to tell me twice.
Primo will be coming up shortly.
Here you go.
Sometimes the media asks bad questions, like,
Congratulations.
Congratulations. I lost.
You lost?
Yes.
Oh.
or,
What went through your mind when you were told that the contract was done?
What's that? And when that happens, players will fire back.
I mean, are you looking to get into a pissing match with you and I?
Yeah.
Bro, that's a clown question, bro.
Now it's time for
So what'd your grandma think?
I don't know. I haven't spoken to her.
It just works every time, Jackson.
It's tried and true.
Here is Austin Matthews getting a little flustered with the Toronto media at the morning skate.
And maybe you guys will ask a couple more Mitchie questions here for the next couple weeks, but hopefully that'll die down here shortly.
You have a habit of pre-game staying out as late as possible. You and Mitch always did. Have you thought about how that will change? Like, are you going to ask someone to stay out with you, or change things up this year?
I mean,
see what happens.
See what happens, I guess. Yeah, you got 2 more weeks, and then we're done with these questions.
Not even a media chuckle. That was just a reporter.
The reporter answered the question himself.
Chuckled, self-chuckled.
He said, we'll figure it out.
Find someone else to go out late with.
Yeah.
You and Mitchie.
Mitchie.
What in the world?
God, I mean, what? I'm telling you. I'd love to know the credentialing process up in Toronto at this point. Just a bunch of guys who grew up as Leafs fans are like, ooh, I got a podcast.
I'm ready for Berube to snap. I want to hear that. Monitor the audio coming out of TO for Berube snapping about the topic.
Mitchie, Doug, are you going to find somebody now that Mitchie's going to stay out there later? Get involved in the program, 314-399-9646. That is the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Then you can also call in 314-974-0101. And, of course, talk it over with other TMA listeners, youtube.com/TMA STL in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Jake in St. Jen says playing hockey in Toronto would be miserable. The fans are insane. That is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. At the same time, whoever is the one to bring the chalice back there, they will be gods forever. But yes, the price you pay, Jake, I share with you on that.
But don't you want a passionate fan base? Maybe they go over the edge sometimes, but they sure love them. They sure love their Leafs. Not
I would
playing
think
in
if
any
you like a
empty
little
building.
privacy and be able to get away, I think. I mean, I haven't talked. Maybe you did, Martin. You've talked with Matthew.
Well, when Craig Conroy was here, he came from Montreal. He said you can't go to the grocery store without being harassed. Yeah. Like people will say, "Hey, what happened on the power plants?" Like, just shopping.
Yeah, Matthew Tkachuk. I mean, Matthew Tkachuk goes from being like the guy in Calgary to just a guy. Again, relatively speaking, in South Florida, which I realize might sound crazy, where you can have some privacy, have more money, and, live there in addition to win a couple of chalices. God, I mean, just the ultimate uptick in quality of life, unless you like the attention. But I think after a while, or maybe just from the beginning, it might be something people just like, yeah, I just like playing the sport and don't really want to break down the power play in the grocery store.
And I would think in Vegas, if you're Mitch Marner and you dealt with that scrutiny in Toronto, in Vegas, I would think you totally just blend in. There's all kinds of people flying in and flying out of town. There's celebrities everywhere. Nobody's running around Vegas. Hey, it's Mitch Marner. But I think the reporter laughing at his own line, Mitchie, late night hanging out, like it felt a little bloggish.
A little bloggish.
Yeah.
But he handled it well. Matthews handled it okay, I thought. He didn't get that upset.
Jackson's upset that Bruce Pearl stepping down. Jackie Papers. I thought you were. I didn't get a reaction there. I thought you were Bruce Pearl. I thought you didn't like Bruce Pearl.
I don't like him at all.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, you're getting some Phil Ivey tells. I can't pick anything up anymore.
Don't let the door hit you on the way out.
Wow.
Man.
Oh, my.
Bruce Pearl is on his way to stepping down in War Damn Eagle. His son, Steven, will be taking over, and they are not happy on the Plains. Not only did they lose a football game because Oklahoma ran a play that was supposed to be whistled dead, and they lost by that amount of points, then 48 hours later, they lose the most successful head basketball coach they had. Jackson has some audio, Doug, from students at Auburn.
Oh, all right. Love to hear it. Hit the lever.
Full transparency, I was gutted. I walked out of class. I didn't know what to do. I walked over to Neville Arena, tears in my eyes.
Come on.
I had the waterworks going. I said a prayer.
For heaven's sakes.
I was hoping for the best for the Auburn future. I hope for the best for Bruce, but I mean, how do you react when, you lose your mom's favorite Auburn anything? And
for heaven's sakes.
Realistically, almost my Auburn favorite anything. So it was tough.
Oh, God, bless it. His mom lost her favorite Auburn thing.
He's alive and well. I don't know. He's retiring.
He's never been.
I want to reiterate what that gentleman just said.
He's an Auburn fan. He's been through a lot of them.
He walked out of class,
got up and left,
walked to the arena, tears in his eyes, and then said a prayer.
You suppose this could have been an acting student? They just went to the drama department and said, give us a good Bruce Pearl quote.
I guess. I couldn't.
Drama. Somebody got extra credit. That was really strong.
Can you imagine being that professor? I mean, someone asking him what happened to your student. I don't know. He just left crying.
It was his mom's favorite thing, and it might even be his favorite thing.
Yeah.
Bruce Pearl comes off as kind of smarmy and sketchy, but the people that play for him love him, and the fan base that he coaches for, they seem to love him. The guys who work around him and cover him, they all seem to like him. From a distance, he's kind of an easy guy to dislike. I don't know why that is exactly, but...
Oh, wow, you're going to activate ILL fans. Deion Thomas. Mark.
Yeah, the Deion Thomas thing?
Okay, but I'm sure there's a lot of coaches that have been caught up in recruiting.
Well, he ratted out Illinois supposedly.
Taping calls.
And then at Tennessee, he got a little sideways with the NCAA back when they mattered.
Which the NCAA said it would have been a minor case if he didn't act the way he did. He's just...
But
like
I think
said,
it's
good riddance.
I think it's interesting, the timing. And I would love to know from the Auburn people, has this been in the works for a long time? It seems like you wouldn't do this at the last minute, but I feel like it's a new move by coaches to wait till the last second, and then they can either hand it to their son and or their top assistant. You leave the university in a tough spot when it's at the very last second.
Although, if you're a coach of his magnitude, 'cause I'm not gonna be obtuse and say he's not an outstanding basketball coach. Don't you think
highly successful?
Don't you think that they would be like, who do you think we should hire? Like, don't you think that, like, when Krzyzewski shut it down, he got to basically pick John Shire?
I think he had a different level of authority.
It's a different level. But
if Bruce Pearl tells him in April, I'm thinking about shutting it down, like, oh, okay, and I'd really like my son to take over, like, okay, yeah, he's definitely in the mix. And then you see who else is available.
For sure.
But if this gets told to them in the last week or 2 or 3 weeks, whatever, season's here.
Right.
You have no choice but to give it to his son, which is a power play move by these coaches if you do it. I'm trying to think when Stoops left and Lincoln Riley took over. Wasn't it late in the game? We've seen other coaches do this where I think when did Tony Bennett quit? Right before the season.
Right.
His assistant took over. I think it's a power play move if you want to hand it to somebody because they have no other choice.
He's running for Tommy Tuberville's Senate seat, but he said yesterday specifically he's not going to.
He denied that. He said he wants to be Auburn senator.
That's right. You like that?
I kind of like that. Yeah.
I don't.
He's a rat, Doug. That's from Kwame Voyukas IV, big Billikens fan, not on board with Bruce Pearl.
I know he's done some sketchy things, but I'm just telling you, the people around him seem to love him. Maybe that's not unusual for a college atmosphere. If you win, people love you, even if the rest of the country doesn't like you.
Right.
Well, the Colonel made the observation on his podcast. He said Eli Drinkwitz and Shane Beamer are the perfect examples of if they're your coach, you love them, and if you're playing against them, you probably have just a great amount of disdain for them.
Right.
It is kind of an odd time to be burned out. Just when another season's about to get going.
Right.
You think if you're going to be burned out, it might have been the end of the last season when you're tired, exhausted.
Especially because it seems like we've kind of gone through the first round of old guard coaches who are just not interested in the new system of college athletics. And so now kind of feels like we're outside of that time. But maybe that's part of the reason, too. Although who's doing better than him? Auburn was a powerhouse for the last couple of years under him.
Text of the day is already in. Artificial unintelligence says, great job on the interview with Mo, guys. There you
How
go.
about that?
Sorry.
Look at that.
And the Pobo has arrived.
John Mozeliak in studio coming up on this award-winning presentation. Like Martin's going to go get him. Are we going to start early?
Why not? Let's do a little pre-Mo.
Oh, nice. All right, we're going to get things going a little early. Hey, each week, the Fast Lane and the Rizzuto Show are battling it out in the Pick'em Challenge, but sometimes they come together to just hang out and watch some football. You can join Jamie Rivers and Rizzuto from the Riz Show this Thursday from 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. at Hot Shots on Lindbergh in South County. Come watch the Thursday night football game. Get signed up for some Point 101 ESPN giveaways and enjoy a cold Bud Light. That's this Thursday, 6:30 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. with Jamie Rivers, Rizzuto, and Bud Light at the Hot Shots on Lindbergh in South County. Doug, that's where you were dressed up as Santa.
Oh, it sure was.
Yeah, you were dressed up as Santa.
I had a good time with that. First time I'd ever dressed up as Santa Claus.
Yeah, and you were a wonderful Santa Claus.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of cute guys sitting on your lap.
Well, I didn't notice that, no.
You can watch the John Mozeliak interview on YouTube. That's coming up here, I guess, over the next, what do we got, 70 minutes? Yeah. That's the deal? All right. Send in questions. Maybe he'll read them. I mean, Ali Marmolda sat down and just started answering them. 314-399-9646. The program is called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel. Michael's Flooring's been family and locally owned for over 30 years. And Michael, of Michael's Flooring, takes great pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and make a great living. You can go online right now at Michael's Flooring's website, igotfloored.com, and get 3 samples free from Proximity Mills. Michael's passions flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. That's why he's making sure he gets the best carpet installers and giving them $7 a square yard. That's incredible compensation in this industry. Just come in or talk to them. You're going to see the difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you and not pushing what corporate is telling them they have too much of. There is a reason that Michael's Floorings continue to grow through the 30-plus years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they're taken care of, and this then rubs off to the families buying the product because they know they have the best interest of the buyers. They are in Creve Coeur. They are in Darden Prairie, and they are in St. Peter's. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update, brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Miami Heat All-Star Tyler Hero will undergo surgery on his left foot Friday and will be sidelined to start the 2025-2026 season, according to the Miami Heat. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back. It is the Morning After on 101 ESPN, the show presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, and you can watch on YouTube at youtube.com/TMASTL. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Doug joining us in studio. To your right is the president of baseball operations of the St. Louis Baseball Cardinals, LLC. It's not Martin. It's John Mozeliak. Good morning, Mo, and welcome in.
Good morning, gentlemen. Fun to be here.
I think you mean that.
I do.
Wow.
Why wouldn't I? It's my last time.
You could come in every day, I suppose.
I suppose I could, but I won't.
How you feeling here? Down the stretch we go. What's the real emotion?
Yeah, I think obviously we're at that point where you're starting to reflect on your past, your legacy, and really like what we were able to accomplish during that time. But as I, walk through the offices and say goodbyes to people in terms of like ushers and just faces I've seen for decades, I mean, that part did sort of creep into me on Sunday, and I did kind of get a little more emotional on that. And look, I'm just grateful for the ride I've been able to have. If you had said to me back on November 1st, 1995, when that was my first day with the Cardinals, that this was going to end this way, of course I would have taken it in spades. It would have been incredible. And so just entirely grateful for all the people I've gotten to meet, people I've gotten to work for, and it's been awesome.
You had any second thoughts about, maybe I don't want to leave? Maybe I'd like to stay a few more years?
I thought about that as I walked in here this morning, and so that kind of came to an end.
I know. It's going to get slapped down.
This interview ruined it.
Was there any talk last year with you and Mr. DeWitt about how this year would play out, as far as the decision to name Heim and yet you would remain?
Well, part of the reason that I did stay on for this past year was Heim had some personal things that he had to address before he could take this job full time. And so ultimately I was used more as that bridge to the next set of leadership, or specifically to Heim, and also allowed Heim to really begin building his foundation for what he wants the front office to look like. So in a way, there's a lot of logic to it. I think if you were to ask Bill, Heim, and Mo, we'd say, look, it was different, slightly awkward at times, but I think it was really effective.
And when would it be awkward? Like when you had a big decision to make?
No, just in terms of like, this year, for example, like player development, which is something that was always been under my purview, and I wasn't that involved in it. In other words, I wasn't spending time going down to Springfield, Memphis, and that type of thing, because the future in terms of prospects and those types of things, those really aren't my concern. Now, at the trading deadline, it might have been a little different if we were trying to acquire major league resources, but instead we were looking to move a couple players off our roster. So really we were just looking to create prospect value in return. So that part was actually pretty simple. But, in the end, I think the people that worked for the Cardinals kind of, knew it was my last year. They were extremely kind to me, and it was fun.
John Mozeliak in studio with us, and we were asking before you sat down, are you cool with reading some of the text? And you said, Dad, do whatever. It's your show. So
it is your show. I'm just a guest.
Yeah.
It gets pretty ugly in here.
Don't read those. Dum-dum.
No, it's constant. If it makes you feel better, we get ripped to shreds constantly.
Yeah. So, and then also you got the YouTube chat. You see they're coming in fast and furious up there as the people watch.
Yeah, they're watching you. Luckily, you're Natalie clad.
I know. I had to get up there.
The cool thing is, I even have some friends listening to this today. So your uptick
is Linda listening.
Linda will be definitely listening.
Mo's long
Johnny
time.
Hogan will be listening.
Executive assistant.
Name some names.
Go ahead.
No, I don't want to
shout outs.
Now that I see your guys' spread, I'm gonna have to talk to some of your sponsors. This is going well.
Look at that. Maybe you are going to
support this. If you would support the sponsors.
Thank you. You guys need help.
This is a soundbite we played. I think you were on with Tom Ackerman a couple weeks ago. I could be off on that, Jackson. I don't know if that's correct. I don't think you
so we're going to listen to Tommy for a while?
We are, yeah. You're going to hear quality broadcaster.
We're classing up the joint.
But he said, overall, the org is in a good place. Number one, Doug doesn't like the term org, and he's really upset about that. We heard that at spring training.
This is like a 4-hour show. We can say organization. We have time for that.
Okay, well, I'll say organization.
Oh, thank you.
Look at that, Doug. That's a win for Doug.
Thank you so much.
But then secondarily, it's not something that I think most fans at this moment, they were surprised to hear. I was surprised to hear it, but I wanted to allow you to elaborate on the reasoning for why you say that.
Yeah, so why would I say that? Really, when you just look at the prospect depth and really the quality of some of the prospects that the Cardinals have coming, it's pretty exciting. Obviously, the last couple of years we've been able to pick in the top 10, which has been something that in my career was very rare. But getting somebody like a J.J. Weatherholt, I mean, he's a really impressive young player. He can play really anywhere on the dirt. So I think the flexibility of his defense, but really what's exciting is his offensive profile. And then really this past year, we saw a lot of success in pitching from this year's draft. So that part is exciting. These guys are going to move quickly. You see the success that AA had. And these are usually indicators on what the future is going to look like. Because even if you look back over the past 15, 20 years, like when our AAA team was really rolling, that just propelled us into the next level. And then, ultimately, I also think like our Latin American program under Moises Rodriguez has really picked up. And I think you guys, from a fan standpoint, are going to see a lot more return from what we've been doing down there. And, these things aren't overnight, but I still believe we're the organization.
Thank you.
Wow, Doug.
Doug, annoying. Is in a good spot. Now, obviously, the new regime, they're going to decide what pace they want to go at and how they want to add and really build this. But the core, the infrastructure of what's in the minor league system is in a very positive spot. And, Randy Flores and his staff, they do an amazing job, and I think you're going to see that.
When you were on with us, I think it was about 6 weeks ago, you said, you hinted at, I guess, for lack of a better term, that you didn't think Weatherholt would be called up this year. Obviously, that did not wind up happening. What was the behind-the-scenes reasoning for that?
Well, really, I just don't want to handcuff Heim and his team on when clocks were started and in terms of what types of opportunity. And really, Sajaci has done a nice job for us, and giving him the playing time I think was important. So, if we started to do that, someone else wasn't going to play. And I think, ultimately this offseason, when you reflect back on last year, obviously our hands are a little bit tied in terms of what we were trying to do in terms of moving Nolan Arenado. We weren't able to do that. So there just wasn't a lot of activity from a Cardinal standpoint. I think you'll see more activity this year just because some of the players are coming off, so they'll have a little bit more flexibility on what they can do. And in doing so, I think that's where some of this roster churn or turnover will likely happen.
How hard is it to leave when at this moment there's a lot of apathy and angst and frustration, empty seats? And so when you're leaving now, even if there is promise in the next couple of years with the younger players, on your way out, even though there have been a lot of great moments, is it hard to leave in the current situation?
Not really. Obviously I would love to see the stands full. I'd love to see us preparing for an October run, but that wasn't the case. And when I look at this past year, I still think we did some things that were important. We set up the franchise to, I believe, still have a really bright future. Cardinals are a special place, and we understand that. The city of St. Louis, our fan base has allowed us to punch above our weight for years. Right now we are in a lull. I think you look at really most franchises, whether it's baseball, even football, has trends where you don't always pack them in. But I still believe that the product that will ultimately be on the field at Busch Stadium will be something that this region will come out and support.
What do you think led to the drop-off? Because we're talking a couple of years, 3 years in a row missing out, and just overall just not being at the standard that it was for a while. Is there a simple answer to that?
No, but I'll try to take a stab at it. I think post-pandemic, people took a hard look at how they spent their entertainment dollar. I think 2023 was a disaster season. Did not set up the way we had thought. Obviously, when you have like an Arenado and a Goldschmidt and you're putting that supporting cast around it, you're thinking like, okay, we should be pretty good. So expectations going into 2023 were high, but we just didn't perform at that level. And then I think there's also some things that are going down in the city that make it more challenging. I think people are concerned about safety. I think people are concerned about parking, and these are all real issues that, ultimately we all have to address or solve. When I say we, the next group, they want my opinion. They can
them,
call me.
them.
Yeah, I suppose. But I think it's a combination of a lot of things. Now, winning does help ease some of these things, and so hopefully this franchise gets back into that winning pattern.
I think that observation regarding downtown is something that we have experienced. Jackson and I, we were doing the 1 hour show on 101. People would talk about, I want to go down there, but I don't necessarily have the enthusiasm. The juice isn't worth the squeeze for the parking and maybe some safety concerns. The counter to that, I would suppose, would be the performance of City down the street and the Blues. How much of that do you look at as contributing to the attendance when you see the success of those franchises?
I do think baseball's challenging because it's every day. Like when you look at these other sports, they're just not having to do it every single night. And so I think inherently we have additional problems that way. I've always been an advocate for a 154 game season. I think it would be healthy for everybody. But obviously there's lost revenue when you do that. So those are decisions that have to come from the ownership level. But, that is something that I would advocate for. And I just think, then you help sort of manage your supply and demand a little better.
And Bill the third has been on record saying, hey, ticket sales equals money equals the budget next year. Because attendance is down, do you think moving forward then, are they going to be limited, not you, them, are they going to be limited financially because of the attendance?
Yeah, I don't want to weigh into that and how they're thinking about 2026. So what'll happen next week on Monday, I'll do a press conference and I'll say my thank yous. And then on Tuesday, I imagine Bill, Billy, and Haim will address the media. And I think at that point, they can lay out their roadmap.
But that's been the model, right? Like going back even after the McGuire years, Walt always said that gave us more money to spend.
Of course, when you're drawing over $3 million, you're a very healthy franchise, right? Prior to $3 million mark, it was always considered like $2 million. So the fact that the Cardinals for over, I think, close to 45 years have drawn over $2 million, it's a healthy franchise. But all of us who've been around this team for the last 30 years, we, even on a Tuesday night, saw 30,000+, and now we're not. And so obviously from a marketing and sales standpoint, they have to, rethink their model. And then, ultimately, I do think this region and our city will support it.
It seems like the Arenado contract is still going to be an issue if you can't unload that contract. He's like 10% of the payroll, isn't he? So how will they handle that?
Yeah, I don't know how they will do it. Again, I mean, the simple answer is they're going to have to try to find a place to maybe move him, and then he has to agree to it. So there are a lot of complications, and the calculus in this is a little hard to guess at right now. But ultimately, I think what's best for the franchise is what everybody needs to work through.
And I did ask him the other day if he needed to be more flexible with his requests, and he more or less admitted, yes, that he's going to have to. And he said, I'm going to have to find a team's going to have to want me as well. And if he says yes to Houston, I don't know how much it changes this year, but it certainly changes the math for the team, right? Because that was a moment that would have, for him and for the franchise, was a big one when that deal fell through.
Yes, and it at the time, in my opinion, it was a favorable deal for us. It's probably not the type of deal you're going to see in the future. So to really get to the crux of Doug's question is, we're obviously going to have to, the organization's going to have to eat some money. It just then depends on how much and what that looks like. But getting him back for the last couple of weeks of the season, showing that he's healthy, that definitely will help.
John Mozeliak in studio with us. We will take questions here from the audience, so text them in, and the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat as well, 314-399-9646. The Cardinal President of Baseball Operations, kind enough to join us for the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour here on TMA. Watch the conversation at youtube.com/TMASTL. And if you miss anything, go back and podcast it via the Schaefer Door Company podcast app. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Cardinal President President of Baseball Operations, John Mozeliak, with us here on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel.
AutoLoanPro.com, that's the website to head to when you're in the market for a new vehicle. It takes a pro to do it right when you're looking to buy a car. If you're making a large purchase, gets a little complicated. If you've had a hiccup, that financial situation, they'll work it all out. The Auto Loan Pro gets you back on track, little to no money down, and get you the best rates possible. They work with over 50 different lenders. They are part of the Lita family, so make sure you go online, and while you're there, AutoLoanPro.com, you can download the free playbook. It's going to educate you on how to get the car you want and the car of your choice in the future. Life gets you into a bad spot, don't worry about it. The Auto Loan Pro will get you the car and get your credit back on track. Do that by going to AutoLoanPro.com. Again, 50 different lenders. They'll find you a car, find you the best deal. Making that large purchase can get complicated. Financing a car, only one thing to know, and that is to choose the Auto Loan Pro. AutoLoanPro.com.
Jackson has just turned on the mics. The stuff off the mics, though, was very valuable. It's TMA 101 ESPN. John Mozeliak in studio with us here in the 9 o'clock hour. 9 o'clock hour sponsored by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Lots of questions and observations coming in. And Martin, we were doing a text audit, and I said I think 80% are positive. Look at that.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm searching for all the.
I think he was going to say I'm disappointed.
I am. Well, they come after us.
You're an evil man.
This is their chance to come after you.
Yeah. This is your moment. Shine bright. I do want to ask this before we do go to some of the questions, and people are welcome to text them in, 314-399-9646. Runway was the big word this year. Now that the year is nearly complete, with 5 games left, most likely anyway, and after the runway that they received, what is your opinion of what we've seen from Jordan Walker and Nolan Gorman?
Yeah, I think what I always tell people is getting to the big leagues is hard. Staying in the big leagues is harder. So if you use that as our proxy, what it really means is it's always about adapting. And in Nolan Gorman's case, I still think for him to be successful in terms of defining success as having a 10-year career in the big leagues, I think he's going to have 2 things happen. I think he's going to have to, one, focus a little bit on that first step in terms of being able to play either second or third and give himself a little bit more flexibility from a defensive standpoint. And then I think from an offensive standpoint, he is going to have to decide what trade-off he wants to make, power and more strikeouts or less strikeouts and higher ball in play. I think the one interesting thing that's happening in the game of baseball right now is when you're seeing teams that are successful, they tend to have a lower strikeout rate. They tend to be able to still hit home runs, but combine hits together. And so in Gorman's case, I really would like him to become more of an all-fields hitter. Pulling the ball becomes more natural as you have more experience, but if you focus solely on pulling early, it's tough to go the other way. And so it's, again, not my necessarily problem on how he approaches that, but that would be my advice I would give him. And then in Walker's case, clearly we needed him to improve defensively, and he did. So that was great to see. But from an offensive standpoint, he has just not been able to replicate some of the movements we saw back in AA when he was just tearing up that league at a very early age. So for him, he has to understand what plate coverage looks like. And if your outer half and sliders and even fastballs away you can't get to, and fastballs up you can't get to, you have 2 enormous holes, and it's going to be tough to be successful in this league. If he can learn how to cover that side of the plate, he's going to have a chance to be successful, because one of the things he does, which is truly rarefied air, is he hits the ball so hard. Now, 2 years ago we were talking about he needed more lift. He got to have to get the ball off the ground. All those things are still true. But most importantly, he's going to have to understand that strike zone and cut down on his swing and miss and chase rates. And if he does that, I still think he has a chance. Like the scout in me doesn't want to give up on him. But, ultimately that's for someone else to decide. But I still think both these guys have unique skills, but they haven't quite put it together where you're seeing that day in and day out consistency. Where you look at somebody like a Burleson, for example, I think his year, he took advantage of this. He showed that he can improve his strike zone discipline. He showed that he can be a more consistent hitter. And on a side note, his defense improved. And so, I definitely think he increased his value.
All right, let's. I was going to aggregate some of these tests. There's just way too many to get to, but I would say playing the hits. I did this with Doug Armstrong once. He goes, "You're going to ask me about Matthew Tkachuk? You're going to ask me about Petrangelo's contract?" I'm like, "Yes, yes." Okay, one that comes up a lot is Mike Schilt, how he left, and I don't know what all you can say, but people point to that as a shift for the organization.
Yeah, obviously, I would position this as it's spilt milk in terms of what's happened. But, there were certainly reasons why we had to make that decision. And I don't feel like the public forum is still, bless you, is still the place for
it was a Jackson sneeze for those of you in your cars.
I didn't know what to do. So
it was very polite.
Just did the right thing. Which just kind of fits in with the decision on Schilte. And I definitely feel like I get beat up over it. But
Is that when you've had to kind of eat it and there's not a lot you can say
Yeah,
publicly?
I mean, legally, I was advised to as an employer, there's only so much you can say. And so I don't want to beat around the bush. I'll just simply say, I know we had to make a decision. I believe it was the right decision. People can argue that they don't think it was, but I'm sure someday more of this will come out. I'm sure some of the people that work with me or worked under him might say some things as well, but to me, it's what's happened. And more importantly, I think Ollie does a really good job as a manager. So as a manager, you play the hand you're dealt, right? And, like talent matters. And when you look at what's transpired, we didn't extend Goldie. Obviously, we don't know what's going to happen with Nolan. We need that next generation to be it. Because you look back at the last 20, 25 years, starting with going back to 96 when you had star power like an Ozzie Smith on the team, and then you jump ahead and we have Pujols, Molina for over a decade, and then we have the Matt Hollidays of the world, Lance Berkmans. That's what you need. And then your system either has to produce it or you have to have the complementary players around it. If you don't have it, you have to go get it. And that's the complication. And I look back at when we traded for Nolan, we thought that was going to be that next bridge to do that because we didn't think we had it coming. And that's why you do those kind of deals. And, now the franchise is at a point where, do we have that type of player coming? And as I mentioned to you earlier, like we are excited about J.J. Weatherholt, but that's a ton of pressure to sit here and put on someone, 2 years out of the draft or a year and a half out of the draft. So my point here in all of this is managing's tough. And ultimately the Cardinal franchise is going to have to find those pillar type players and then build around it to copy a very similar model that we had for close to 30 years.
John Mozeliak in studio with us here for the entire 9 o'clock hour. Grateful for the time.
I feel like he was confused on that. Where are you? You're fine. You got nothing to do. Come on.
You're right. I don't have anything to do. But
I did see him in the first segment. I think he tapped his watch, like gotta go. And I'm like, and then I went back in my text history. I'm like, did we not clarify? I think I said that. Anyway, you're fine. We'll lock the door. It's fine. It's fine.
He's trapped in here. You mentioned Ali Marmol. I recall, and I'm speaking for myself, I think some other fans felt this way, but I know when you granted him the extension, spring training, I guess that would be 24, if I'm not mistaken. All right. That really, I was surprised by that. I'm sure there were reasons. What were the reasons? Coming off of the season that you made reference to, being as disappointing as it was as 23, what were the reasons at that time?
So ask yourself this type of question. Like, do you really think he was the reason we didn't win in 2020?
Absolutely not.
Right? No, of course. But we all have something to hold responsibility for, I should say. But in his case, he's a young manager. I think he handled that clubhouse, given all the ups and downs in 2023 that we were facing. I think he kept it together. And I certainly want to recognize that I appreciate what he was doing. And honestly, like, players really do like playing for him. And so now it's like you got to get the right players. You got to put it all together. But I really do believe that he does an amazing job. I think he's well respected in that clubhouse. I think his peers respect him in the league. And I think he's an up-and-coming manager.
Did the buzz, not that it may have been real inside your office, regarding Albert Pujols wanting to manage, Yadier Molina wanting to manage, did that play? We got to show that this is our guy, even though we're coming off of a
not
terrible
really. I mean, look, I know those two very, very well, and I'm not going to predict what their future will be, but they both have a huge passion for the game. But no, I looked at Ollie as the St. Louis Cardinals manager, and I felt like we don't want to start getting into that churn either on managers either, because that can get a little scary. But I felt he deserved it, and that's why we did it.
Somebody asked him about Francona. Was he ever a serious candidate? Do you regret? That was the Matheny hire. I believe Francona was one of the candidates that year.
Yes, he was a very serious candidate. Mm-hmm.
So
no, I will expound, but it's at the time.
The Matheny hire to some was, well, wait a minute, this is Mo picking a guy, now he can control him because he's never managed before. That's a popular narrative too.
It's great to have narratives, right? And one of the things I thought that was interesting about Mike Matheny was, first off, his interviews were amazing. I mean, he came in, he was polished, he was well studied on our system, and needless to say, he presented very well, and that's why we ended up going with him. But really, to the point, of all the people we were speaking with, obviously following somebody like Tony La Russa, you needed someone that was very strong, could handle all the questions when it comes up. Well, that's not how Tony would have done it, and those types of things. And it's just tough shoes to fill. And I thought through the process, Mike had the backbone to handle it. And, needless to say, I don't think many guys that start their career like he did. A lot of success early.
When you're ready to make a big move, do the DeWitts have to give you the approval to do that when you're spending a lot of money, or can you just do it?
Fair question. Obviously, in my position, I have a budget. When things start to go outside the budget, I definitely speak with Bill DeWitt Jr. Over the years, when we've ever had like large trades or something like that, of course, he's involved in what those discussions are looking like, what the tenor of those talks are going like. So yes, I mean, he was intimately involved in a lot of those major decisions.
We have some lighter fare as well, Tim, as you might have. Where do you get sushi? That's important. Do you have a fantasy football team? Who throws a better BP, you or Heim?
Wow.
Hard hitting.
Okay.
The three-parter there.
Yeah, I'm not a big sushi fan.
Okay.
So I don't. What was the other one?
Do you have a fantasy football team?
No.
Okay. And who throws the better BP, you or Heim?
I'm going to guess me.
Yeah. That was your entry into the big leagues.
Yes.
Throwing BP for the Rockies.
Correct.
And how'd you get that gig?
A friend of mine, Jay Darnell, was working for the Colorado Rockies, and they were a little shorthanded. And he said, "Hey, Mo, can you do me a favor?" Came down one weekend and threw. And I guess I threw well enough where they wanted to keep me around. And then from that, it just rolled into more and more experiences. Never thought I'd ever work a day in Major League Baseball, candidly.
What were you planning to do?
At the time, I was thinking that I needed to get a real job. And I didn't think baseball was going to be a path for that. So I was like starting to get nervous. I'd just been recently married. And I was like, this is not a place to be. And then here I am.
Two-part question. What was the best move you ever made?
Best move ever made, I think, was making sure we signed Albert Pujols in the amateur draft. Just because at the time it was a little contentious. It was late in the summer and could have easily just stuck to a budget and not done it. But we did it, and needless to say, the rest was history.
So what year was that?
99.
So it was 99.
How did he ever last to the 11th or 13th round, or whatever it was?
I think it was the 13th. The story goes that at the time, the Tampa Bay Rays were on him, and they were going to draft him high. And he went down to do a pre-draft workout, and I guess he didn't show very well. And so they cooled off of him. And so he slid. And then back then in the draft, a lot of things can happen. Things can get a little muddled because, remember, it was an open draft back then, meaning like endless rounds.
Yeah.
And, ultimately we were usually after about the 10th round would be like, all right, I start triggering like needs. And so I remember going to Mike Jorgensen, like, what do you need? And he's like, we need a third baseman. And so that's why we picked Albert. And then, of course, that summer, we were not able to sign him, and then we eventually were, but needless to say, I mean, that was amazing. So I think from that was a great move, or lucky move, however you want to phrase it. And then I think just like the acquisitions of Holiday is someone that had an enormous impact on our franchise. And there are, lots of smaller ones that paid great dividends for the franchise, but you also miss on some, right? And that's probably your next question because you're clever. And
well, the Goldschmidt trade, you got an MVP out of that.
Right. But I mean, that's my point. But you're going to make some mistakes along the way, and if you're not making mistakes, you're probably not trying.
The two-parter was, and would you?
Here it comes.
No. The two-parter was, And would you trade your 20 years as a GM to go back and become a sports radio talk show host instead? That was actually
that was a really nice
you have
question.
time to think about that.
That might be the dumbest question I've ever heard.
Yeah, but that was the two-parter there. And some others have asked about Randy Rosarena. Why give up on him at the time? We're playing the hits.
Playing the hits.
This is an exit interview.
If he couldn't have gotten a wireless signal in the Atlanta clubhouse, Randy Rosarena is still in St. Louis. There's my master's thesis.
Yeah, possibly. That was tough. But really, if you think back to it, we did have a plethora of outfielders at the time, and we were just trying to determine which one we could move to ultimately get a pitcher, young starting pitcher or controlled pitcher. And this is where I'll get killed. But at the time, it was a Rosarena or O'Neill. And apparently, we chose wrong.
Some other folks
All right, be nice, people. Be nice. Like I said, mistakes happen.
Rosarena was kind of the start of there for 2-3 years where it seemed like every time somebody left the organization, they blew up and became an all-star. And so people, I think a lot of people still want to know why are people, a lot of hitters especially, seem to do better when they leave the Cardinal organization than when they're here.
That's a tough place to hit here. It really is. But I do think, like I said, like sometimes you get things right, sometimes you get things wrong.
Thank you for 2011, Johnny Mo. I don't know if anybody's called you Johnny Mo before. Wayne always called you Mr. Mo. I will always remember your entire career with my favorite team, not just the tough times. Good luck to you in your future. How about that? We have some reasonable, decent people out there. What was a tough decision for you? When you did the Lackey trade, you traded Joe Kelly and Alan Craig. I think the guys were upset, right? What, the players?
A couple things there, yeah. At the time, we really thought two things were going on. We weren't sure where Craigie's career was going, desperate for a starting pitcher that we could control for another year. The problem with that deal was it leaked, and so the players found out about it in the clubhouse. We happened to be in San Diego at the time, and like I was like sprinting over, as you guys who have ever been out there know, the hotel is actually attached to the ballpark. So I thought I could beat it before I got out there, and I didn't. And so, yeah, I walked.
So guys were pissed that they heard from some
more so than the trade itself.
I think it was a combination. They were very likable guys. Look, I like those guys, but the problem with trading people is if we just go by the proxy of like or love, it's hard. You might not ever do anything. And so, I think the deal in itself was a smart play for us, but yeah, it was definitely an awkward moment when I walked into that clubhouse, and it might surprise you guys, but there are awkward times in my job. So you deal with it.
And you traded Chris Duncan, who at the time I think was playing a lot. And Tony and Dunk were both still here. And you were early in your tenure there.
Yeah.
That took some stones.
That was nerve-wracking. Yeah, but again, like I knew.
Did Tony call and MF you or anything?
Well, I knew we were very close on getting Holiday, so that would have been a redundant thing, and Chris would just not have gotten any playing time. And so, I was trying to do what was hopefully best for his career. Nobody likes to hear that when they're, in a city they love, a city that their father works in. Those are challenging things, but in the end, that was the trade-off.
Has there ever been a game that the team lost that owned you for multiple days? Because I feel like the reason I ask that question, for the context for both you and the audience, is my sense, and knowing you here for 25 years, is you recognize, I guess for lack of a better term, the process and what you can control and what you can't. I can't imagine anything being better than those 24 hours in Game 6, Game 7 in 2011, but you lived it. You can certainly speak to that. But I didn't know if there was something where you go, God, this is brutal, and it's owning you even when you're not in the offices and at home.
The irony of that the answer is it never did until 2023, right? And again, we had always won. So expectations of going into 2023, we're just going to keep winning. And then when we started not to win and we started to lose in ways that we're accustomed to seeing, not that I want to rehash that season in any way, but if you recall, there were times where we had defensive lapses. There were times where our closer didn't finish the game, and there were some really tough losses in that year. And that was the first time I would actually like go home and be like, oh, and like replay the game in my mind and what happened. But, you know, part of that is I've been spoiled with seeing so much winning baseball. But that was the first year where I would, you know, sometimes going to sleep was a little harder.
Tim, we also have favorite pizza from Mo. And you probably don't eat a lot of pizza, do you?
No, I do. I love pizza.
What do you got?
I think my favorite one right now is that Katie's pepperoni pizza that does a little like honey on top, so it's a little sweet.
Oh, people love that Katie's pizza, Doug. Just got to deal with Target. Was it
all the
Target
big stuff, and then a little.
I would recommend getting it fresh, but yes, I did read somewhere that Target is now carrying their frozen pizzas. So.
Do you wear a bow tie when you sleep? That's also an important question. It seems fair.
The answer is no.
No. Okay, thank you.
When do you sleep? How many hours a day does it take to be a successful
do you wear
GM?
a Whoop? Can I take a look at your REM sleep?
I used to wear a Whoop.
Yes.
First market mover on that, like 7-8 years ago. But I feel like after you wear a year, you kind of know your patterns. But I'd say I get about 5 hours, 5 or 6 a night.
Yeah, and you're working most of the day?
Work a lot.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, it's an interesting job, right? Because even like, I mean, I guess I watch a game, and that's technically work because I have to be there.
Yeah,
right?
sure. Something could happen. Yeah.
Right.
What do you think you'll do next? Do you think? I mean, I know you take some time off, but do you think you'll get in the business world? I mean, you can't play golf every day.
No, I agree. I think at some point I'll find something to do with my time, whether it's if I volunteer somewhere, if I go back to work somewhere, or. But I know I just can't, like you said, golf or stay home every day.
Is there a chance another org could lure you out of retirement to run their team?
You know, I really don't envision myself ever stepping back into that role. But there's not, I wouldn't ever close the door on some consulting type role for someone.
Was there any talk about you sticking around here in a consulting role, like to the DeWitts?
It was talked about, but I think in the end, both sides just felt it was best to shake hands and move on. So that's what I'll do.
Do you think the Cardinals will ever leave downtown? Yeah, and the stadium is going to go through some it's hard to believe it's its 20th year this season. So renovations are in order, I believe, and Bill III has talked about that.
Like for everybody that owns a house, you know that what maintenance is on a house, and just imagine something 100 times bigger. So owning stadiums is not cheap. Upkeep is real. Staying downtown, I would hope. I would hope St. Louis's downtown sees a revitalization over the next 10 years. I think, you know, the project at the Millennium will be certainly helpful and hopefully energizing. But I think just for our, you know, our region, it would be very healthy for the downtown to be more prosperous.
I asked Matt Holliday about salary cap and what's coming up after 2026.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
Labor.
Yeah. And then he's like, well, if there's a cap, then there needs to be a floor. What is your perspective on it?
I 100% agree with that statement. I think part of why I think the PA should give that real consideration is you can really just do like aggregate dollars, right? Of how many dollars are being spent on player payrolls.
Mm-hmm.
If you could create a system where you get the bottom 5 teams spending more, obviously you're capping the top 5 in this particular case. Can you do it where you can promise like the players a 3% or 4% growth of that aggregate forever, perpetually, right? And in that particular case, then there's no reason they should be fighting over that. The problem that happens if you don't get to that model is then you're just going to have 5 or 6 teams that can do what they want when they want, and they're just become like a force of nature in the free agent world. And we're seeing it now, right? I mean, there's only a handful of teams that are really competing for free agents. And then we're also seeing the floor version where teams just really aren't competing in that world. And you know, the Cardinals were always sort of in between in the sense of that we tried to develop our own and sign them. Those are the Pujols, Molinas of the world, the Waynos, if you will. But then we try to augment it by finding that extra talent in trades. The problem, though, that's happened over the last, 15, 20 years is the owners have changed, right? Like, back when Disney owned Anaheim, they looked at it as a line item. And if, they weren't happy with what they were seeing, they would say, well, move that player, i.e. Jim Edmonds. And then, that allowed us to leverage that. But now you're seeing individual owners with extraordinary wealth that, they can do what they want to do. And even if they have a bad contract, they don't care. And, that's just a tough marketplace to compete in when you are a smaller market and ultimately, as we stated earlier, like our payroll is driven by what our TV contract looks like, what our attendance looks like. DeWitts are not pocketing money, but what they are trying to do is not have to spend money that puts us in a loss. So we're not doing cap calls or things like that. But, ultimately, because of the model we had, we were always able to punch well above our weight relative to market size.
Do you think the DeWitts, are they long-term? I feel like we've asked this for 30 years, but it seems like there's more noise now than ever as Mr. DeWitt gets older. Oh, they're getting sold. Oh, I heard this. Mike Shannon said, word on the street, I believe is what he said. That's not a journalism
yeah, but you guys probably
tool. Honestly, it's a little more of a sports radio tool. But Big Mike could say whatever he wanted. But what's your read on that?
Yeah, I don't know. I know Bill is extremely passionate about baseball. I think you guys all know his father was a general manager. Grew up, I think I always describe it to people that don't know him with like baseball in his blood. But like you said, things are going to be changing down there. The next generation is ultimately going to have to run it and decide what they want that to look like, and that'll be time will tell. But as far as I know, it's not on the market.
Was Mookie Betts ever headed to St. Louis? Was that deal nixed by ownership? I think we've heard that's another one that's floated around. You've never heard that?
I can tell that by your facial reaction that must not be the case.
Yeah,
but we went with it.
Yeah, shocking, Doug. Doug, I didn't even know you were here.
Oh, yeah, I'm here.
You thought this show was done in Doug's basement, you told me.
I did.
You were convinced of that.
Yeah, because when you invited me here, I said, do I have to go to Doug's basement?
Yeah.
No, I know. You guys are fancy.
Yeah, look at us. Look at us. We're all grown up.
Somebody wants to know, do you put butter in your coffee still as if it was a known thing?
Yeah. When David Bell was our bench coach, he a health nut. And so he was always doing the butter and coffee. And so one time I tried it. I probably was on your show or something, and we talked about it. But no, I don't.
Okay. Will you stay in St. Louis after you leave the Cardinals?
I think so. I think ultimately where our children end up will dictate where we end up calling home, I think. But this will not be my decision. It'll be my wife's.
Right. Mrs. Mo's been out of the headlines for years, right? Does she ever get bothered by the heat that comes with your job? I mean, there's a lot of perks, obviously, but has it ever gotten to her or the family that you are the target of a lot of the angst?
No, and let's keep it that way. We won't share that with her. But no, I think
she's unaware. Hey, honey, they hate me.
Why? No, she understood, but she tried to avoid it as much as possible.
Okay.
You really got to have a thick skin to do that job, though, don't you? How long did it take you to develop that? I suppose when you first start, any kind of criticism probably really stings.
I think when you become a general manager, that's probably the one thing you don't prepare for, is just the media access or how much access you have to give to the media, and then dealing with the words you say. Because if you're sitting in the number 2 seat, you really don't do the media. Yeah. So it's just you're not really tested until you're tested. And so, yeah. But, I would like to think over my 18 years in this seat that I survived it pretty well.
The Juan Soto trade, was it, now that you don't work for the Cardinals, who cares? Was it ever close to getting done? There were some reports about players that were not on the table. And was Juan Soto ever in play?
Not really. If you don't ask, you don't know, right? So it would be disingenuous if I said I didn't talk to the Nationals about that. But to say that we were ever close, that wouldn't be fair either.
Bryce Harper?
No. I don't recall ever getting down that path that far.
Do you deal with, when it's taking the dollars out of the equation, which I realize are a big part of it, players like Stanton, for example, who just didn't want to come here? Is that something that it's because you can't be, I guess you can. We go, yeah, guy didn't want to come here. What are we going to do? We offered more money for Hayward than the Cubs did. He chose there. David Price, the Red Sox, Stanton. There's that.
Yeah, so these things are a little bit two different buckets, right? Like in the free agent market, traditionally the proxy's money, right? But there are times where players choose not to enter the free agent world and prefer to just sign here.
Mm-hmm.
Paul Goldschmidt would be an example of that. When we made that deal, had a handshake agreement with his agent and even really Paulie, we will not talk contract until the end of the season. And he came up to me in spring training and says, let's talk. So what do? We talk and we end up getting a deal. Just really want to be a part of this. So that was super cool. The Stanton deal, I felt like all along that he wanted to be here. And then at the 11th hour, we learned he really didn't want to be here. So I think what happened in that particular case, the agent was really involved in that, and he was just trying to get Stanton out of Florida, which, at the time that was Mr. Jeter and that group. And then San Francisco was in, Cardinals were in, and obviously the Yankees got him.
I bet there's been a lot of moves probably like that where you're kind of glad you didn't get him. In retrospect, you look back and the guy's making so much money and injured so often that it's probably better for the organization that you didn't get him.
Yeah, someday I want to do that list, but I
think now is the time. Let's
no, it's
do it.
not, because my memory will not serve us well here. But of course, there's a lot of that happens.
Yeah.
What former player would you allow to marry your daughter? And do you have you're friendly with Roland, Holiday?
Yeah,
are there some that you're closer to? No,
they're already married.
That felt like a Frank question. Come on.
Let me just say it this way: the Cardinals have been blessed with having a lot of high quality players. Let's just start with recent biases. Goldie, amazing guy. Scott Rowland, loved being around him. Lance Berkman, loved being around him. Carlos Beltran was
he's one of my
nicest
favorites
guys I've ever been around. Ryan Franklin would give you the shirt off his back. It's just the list goes on and on. Adam Wainwright, when I first became GM and I was getting beat up in the media, he used to call me up and be like, hey, I'm praying for you. I'd be like, oh, thank you.
I'm praying for you to do a better job.
Oh, pay me more, Mo. But, just good people. And so, that's just a hard question to answer.
Yeah. Somebody asking about this in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, Mo. The impact, what transpired with the passing of Oscar Taveras and the trajectory of the organization.
Yeah, I think I've publicly answered this one multiple times, but when you sort of look at the franchise and think about how many impact hitters that we've actually had come up in the last 15 years, he was probably the most highly thought of minor league hitter we had. Obviously, when he was up in the big leagues, he had some early struggles, but talented hitter, completely unfortunate. And I do think that set us back a little bit. And, at the time, the franchise was, flying. Everything was going.
4 straight NLCSs.
And so, that ultimately, I think, got us down the path where we ended up having to look for that bat. And that was, the Ozuna trade. And, but, things happen.
Mo, are you bothered by Martin's lack of professionalism? And but I thought that was in general, but then they said because he doesn't wear a tie a lot. So I guess it's a two-parter.
No, I think the three of you guys are great. I wouldn't be here if I didn't like you guys. So, no, you do dress a little frumpy, though.
That's fair.
Would that be agreeable?
I'm
kind of always on the run.
That's
I know
like
that's my excuse.
Attached to a cat lady.
Frumpy.
Well, I can't let you guys off the hook with just a nice compliment.
Yeah, somebody did thank you for all your work, and I can't find it, but it was not the St. Louis Challengers, or I'm getting the name, or was it the Warriors? St. Louis Warriors? Somebody said, thank you for all your help. There are a number of people that said you did a charity event for them.
There was a veteran group.
That's it, probably.
That I have spoken with a few times, and amazing group of people. And they're doing us the favor, not me doing them the favor. So
God bless. Very kind. Very kind.
Would you ever consider your next job being commissioner of baseball?
I think commissioner of baseball or commissioner of any sport is ridiculously difficult.
Pays about $50 million a year.
I'm sure the compensation is excellent, but it just doesn't seem like it's a happy job. I mean, it's just really hard to keep people happy in that role, and
you're not acting unilaterally.
It's just miserable. Just trying to hit. And I mean, I've said to Rob before. I mean, it's just a tough job. It's hard. And, it's unfortunate, too, that currently just, the player side and the commissioner side, it's there's a lot of tension. And so as we were kind of hinting about, what might happen at the end of 2026, there's still a lot of time. So allow time to be sort of the asset here. But, all arrows point to, some tensions.
Can you finally apologize for playing slow at Old Warson with Ollie right after you hired him? Somebody's upset about
the pace of play issue.
It sounds like
is that coming from Kachuk?
It's not coming from Kachuk.
I would take issue with that.
Are you a fast player?
There's a gentleman by the name of John Tremelli, if any of you guys know him.
I know John Tremelli.
Okay, so he was like one of the first guys I started playing with, and he plays so fast. You could argue he's almost rude. He hasn't gotten near a ball, and he's already on the green. But he is, no, I think I play golf quickly, so I don't think I owe anybody an apology for that.
And this is mine, not the texture. What do you think the future looks like for Albert and then Yachty separately in terms of the organization?
Well, I think, they control a lot of what that looks like themselves. As I've always stated, the Cardinals are always going to be open door to any of the ex-great players, but you look at the impact those guys had on this franchise and what they've met. I feel like they're at a different level in terms of how you think about welcoming them back. But it's also what do they want to do, and you just can't have them dictate all of that. It means if you want more of an ambassador role, that's a lot easier to do than say, oh, I want to be the manager. For all of you that go down to the ballpark every day. I know you're there a lot. I mean, you see how much work it is to be a manager. And so it might be fun to say you want to be one, but the demands are challenging. And I don't know if that's something that they want to do yet or not.
Martin, are we
Guess we're wrapping up.
Well, there's so many. I know there's so many texts. I can't
Usually we speak somewhat telepathically in here.
I know. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
I was staring down at the screen here.
Right.
It's getting run like a hen house.
How about let's do a quick break and then let's do a farewell. All
right.
A quick break and then a farewell. Because I've got onboarding and he's got nothing. But,
yeah. He's got nothing. John Mozeliak with us. Final segment with Mo in the Marquand Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour here at TMA.
gambling.
Telling you. The behind the scenes of this conversation here is wonderful.
I've recorded all of it.
Oh, Martin is recording.
I'll be leaking it.
Hey, it's your reputation, boys.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. John Mozeliak in studio with us. Martin, you're calling this the exit interview? Is that what this is?
Yeah, this is the farewell that the fans have demanded.
Yep.
And it's things like this. Dem Hogs asking, Mo, I need an extra teammate for Wednesday night trivia at the Post in Fenton. Can I count you in?
Oh, wow.
Well, if he wants to win, I would nominate John Vooch.
Oh, yeah.
He's a wizard?
Wizard.
Back in 2004, I was doing a presentation on a dream job for a class at Missouri State. Mo was the assistant GM at the time, took time out of his day, did a 45-minute interview for a random college kid. Thanks again, Mo, and I got an A on the project. So they're really happy. Their text inbox, however, is called Ollie Doesn't Know. That's the name of their inbox, but they're thanking you.
That was clever, wasn't it? Right?
Clip that off.
Passive aggressive
as well.
When you talk about your legacy, though, there's the baseball side, but what about in the building and the people you've worked with? I mean, you've had your hands in, TV rights, Jupiter reconstruction. I mean, I don't think people understand all that you've been involved with.
I think about when people ask me about my legacy, wins and losses, those are all documented, trades, all that. It's all known. But I think, I hope that the impact I had on the people I worked with will ultimately be how I'm defined. And, I loved every minute of it. I think all those people down there are amazing. They work so hard. They do it behind the scenes. They're not looking for the credit. I could go on and on from, the Linda Browers and Mike Gershes, Randy Flores's. I feel like I start naming people, I'm going to forget a zillion, which I hate. Yeah. But it's been incredible. And that's on the baseball side. But even on the business side, getting to just work with people that have been influential in my career or that have helped me along the way or have taught me things along the way. And, for that, I think the one thing that I was able to do as a general manager was really just cross over. In other words, I wasn't just solely the baseball guy, and being involved in the business side and being able to walk over and talk with young people that were starting their careers in sales or on the marketing side. It was just something that I felt blessed that I had that opportunity, and I always felt welcomed over there. So it was cool.
Yeah. Greatest moment.
It's hard to beat 2011. When I think about, my career, my greatest moment was marrying my wife and having 2 children. But when you think about the career in baseball, being a part of a championship is unbelievable. I remember even in 2004, that team was amazing, right? You just won a lot of games, and how disappointed we were in the World Series, but it was still we got to the World Series.
Yes.
So I felt really great,
yeah.
Right? And then 2006 was kind of a disappointing season, but yet then it became magical. And so I think being a part of winning teams and championship teams is why you do it, but it's not the only reason you do it. Because if it is, it can be depressing. But it really is the camaraderie, the uniqueness of what we do day in and day out. The one thing I would say to people that don't really understand what this job's about, it really is relentless, and it really is 12 months a year. There is no downtime when you work in the front office. It's not to take anything away from a manager or coaches, but they do get a little bit of a quiet lull before we have to regroup in February. But it's nonstop, and your foot's on the gas every day, and if it's not, you're getting passed. So it's a hard business.
And you were always available and accommodating for people like us without yelling at us.
So not true. I thought I snapped at you.
No, we
guys
appreciate it. You always made yourself available for us at times when I'm sure you would rather not have done that in some difficult times.
Yeah,
so
you love the picnic table.
Thanks for doing that.
I think the one thing, when you're in this job, you have to recognize is what you guys have to do, right? If you don't have empathy for the people that you're working around or with, then you're not going to be good at this job. And so as much as I can be frustrated with what writers say or people on radio say about me, I also know they have a job to do. And if that helps put a roof on their head and feed their kids or whatever, I mean, I think that's fine. So I get that. And I hope you guys appreciate that of me.
Absolutely.
Sure.
I think, we were joking going into this interview, like the negativity that we would see. Take your pick of, the YouTube chat that's up there, Mo.
You guys should have color-coded the negative ones. I mean, I could have
it blends with my bald head, and I think that's one of the core
You just sort of
issues.
assume most of them are.
Yeah. But it's been overwhelmingly positives and a lot of thank yous. Martin, I know you're doing text auditing as well.
I interned for Mo in 2004, learned a ton of baseball, about baseball business as well as life. Congrats on your success. Good luck in your next endeavor. For somebody who interned back in 2004.
How about that?
Yeah, just a number. No weird name or anything. Somebody else said unpopular opinion, but I think Mo's done a great job despite the bad ending.
A little harsh.
Well, somebody called you a donut, and I didn't read that because I didn't know what that even meant.
I saw that too, and I didn't know what that
I
meant
hoped
either.
it was a typo, but I'm not up on the kids' lingo these days, so
maybe I eat too many of them.
Mo, we appreciate you coming in. Hour and 10 minutes here, now hour and 20 minutes actually. Thank you so much. It really has been entertaining. Every time you come on, the what I would call ball busting is just first class.
Are we allowed to say that?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, Tim's the dirtbag. Yeah. Chuck named him dirtbag years ago.
Well, there was a time, and he's cleaned himself up quite a bit.
Yeah, I guess the
We came to a real station.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah, we
key.
had to dress up a
Maturity. Thank you so much for coming in, and on behalf of a really large number of listeners, Mo, people texting in, thank you for the runs that many Cardinal teams went on during your tenure.
Well, thank you guys. And honestly, you guys have all been friends of mine through, like you're right, 25 plus years. So it's been a while. Really wish you guys the very best. And, I look back at these 18 years specifically, and look, we had a lot of memories were made and a lot of fun ones. So even behind the mic with you guys is somewhat memorable.
Well, you will live on. There are so many drops. We have what we call drops of you mocking us and mocking others. Maybe and
do I have like an NIL thing where I can start claiming that? I never signed anything here, boys. Yeah.
There's a lot of. How many Mo's are in there, Jackie? What do you think? Probably 20, 30.
Yeah.
End of
Jackson's
the
taking
day,
the over
higher.
on
You'll things like you saying, "Oh, we've been here a while." Like you want us to wrap it up, kind of like this.
Yeah, like this.
Yeah, it's probably time to go, guys.
There he is, John Mozeliak.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. We'll take a break. Come back with more TMA 101 ESPN. This is Tim McKernan here with you to talk a little bit on aesthetic design and build. They've been building high-quality custom decks and outdoor living spaces now for over 30 years. I checked out their showroom in Chesterfield Valley. Really impressive. Dan and his team have a showroom there in Chesterfield Valley. They walk me through all the different types of custom work they're capable of doing in full-on custom decks and adding on a pergola or even looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens. They really do have answers for it all, and they really are a design company that can think outside the box and offer unique solutions and designs for your outdoor living projects. Ready to take your outdoor space to the next level? Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build have you covered. Call them at 636-532-5008, or you can visit them online by going to aestheticdesignandbuild.com. That's aestheticdesignandbuild.com, or check out their showroom in Chesterfield Valley. It's aestheticdesignandbuild.com.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Coming up on Thursday night, you can catch Thursday night football action right here on 101 ESPN as the Cardinals take on the Seahawks. Pregame at 6:30, kickoff at 7:15. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
MA 101 ESPN, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn with you. We were just with John Mozeliak for the last 90 minutes in studio. Major recommendation on podcasting, that via the Schaefer Door Company podcast. And also you can take a look at it and go back and watch it. He was in studio. YouTube.com/TMASTL. Brad Thompson joining us in the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, BT.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are we doing today?
We are wonderful. How are things with you?
Oh, they are great. I'll be honest. I just hit one into the woods. It's going to be hard to find. But other than that, all good.
Let it go. You got a lot of balls. You got a lot of balls in that bag.
You know it. Doug, you've known me for a long time. I'm a big ball-packing guy.
Just drop one down, hit it.
Clip it all off. I gather you're at Spyglass this morning?
No, we are at TPC Harding Park.
Oh, how do you do? Doug, did Colin Morikawa win there?
I don't know. I don't.
Wow, and he drove the green. Did he drive the green? Was that 15?
I just don't.
Brad, are you going to drive the green on 15, the reachable par 4?
That was 2020, right? They had the big event. Yeah,
PGA. How's your ball striking, bro?
You know what? Only on the second hole. Not great. Not great so far, but it's going to get better.
Okay.
Who you out there with?
It's going to be fine. You got Rick Horton, Brandon Allen, the assistant hitting coach, Packy Elkins, their assistant coach as well. So we're getting the whole group out here and hopefully scoring well here and then scoring well tonight.
Oh, nice segue. That's a true broadcaster right there. 3.5 games back. I realize it's a mathematical miracle that they're staring down the barrel of, but by definition, 0.1%. Shocked the world. Adam Wainwright was with us in the 8 o'clock hour. He said, hey, if 2011 could happen, anything can happen.
Well, you know what? That's the way that you have to think about it, isn't it? If you're one of these young guys, if you still got a chance, then you try to do everything that you can. And for these coaching staff and from a managerial standpoint, you're attacking every game like that too. You kind of have to right now. So I think it's a fun time. Obviously, they'd love to be in a different position than they are right now, but there is a chance. And as we've talked about the last couple of weeks, like regardless of how this shakes out for the team this year, you have so many young guys that are still fighting for spots. You have so many young guys that need to earn things. Like I feel like they've been given a lot of opportunity. Now, who's going to take some of these things? And only 5 games left in the regular season, but an exciting time nonetheless.
And somehow they've kind of hung around with a number of their key veterans gone and hurt now. How have they done that?
You know what? I feel like it's just the fact that they're digging in every single day. As you guys know from watching this every day, it's not the same reason you win all the time. Like recently, and I know that McGreevy gave some up last night. Starting pitching had been good, like the last 8 or 9. Hitting with runners in scoring position has been better as of late. Defensively, this is a good club, but they find different ways to win games, and that's kind of the exciting part, right? It is you don't know what you're going to get on a given day. Yes, you'd like an offense where you feel very confident about them consistently in general, but they fight, and that's one of the best hallmarks of this club is being able to battle things out.
Brad Thompson, Doug, he is on the second hole at Harding Park in San Francisco, TPC Harding Park, and he is going to have a nice final 16 on his way back in. Cardinals and Giants tonight. Brad, we were with John Mozeliak, so we're way behind on breaks. He was in studio for an hour and a half. So
that's awesome.
It was a great conversation. We know you are tending to business out there, so glad to get you on. Go hit them long, go hit them straight, and we always appreciate the time, man.
I'm going to go buy some more balls at the turn. I'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, Brad. Sure. Brad Thompson with us here on TMA. Doug and I, along with the audience, will react to our conversation with John Mozeliak coming up next. TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan here for Universal Windows Direct. Right now, buy 2 windows and get 2 free, and then you'll pay no interest over 3 whole years. You can call them at 314-334-2522 for your free in-home estimate today. With September here, kids back in school, vacations winding down, this is the time to focus on the house and talk it over with Universal Windows Direct. This September, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus get $500 off your entire home improvement project, all with 0% financing for 3 years. Do not wait. Lock in your comfort now. Call them at 314-334-2522, or you can visit universalwindowsdirect.com to book your free estimate. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free. No limit on how many windows you can purchase. It's Universal Windows Direct online at universalwindowsdirect.com or call 314-334-2522. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. Welcome back. Morning After 101 ESPN show presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne bolts in the 10 o'clock hour, and Chairman Kurt slides into the dais. Jackson Burkett's on the ones and twos. We welcome you to give your feedback. If you had a chance to listen to all, I think it was about 85 minutes to be exact, of John Mozeliak in studio with us here on the program. 314-399-9646. That is how you can text in. And then, of course, you are welcome to participate in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. If you want to go back and watch the interview, it's on YouTube at youtube.com/TMASTL. Doug, looking forward to discussing the interview with you as we have some time here to breathe. What stood out to you from the conversation?
Just that he's remained positive. You know, I'm sure he's taken so much heat over the last couple of years, but he's had an incredible career, and it doesn't carry any bitterness at all about the reaction that he's received from Cardinal fans over the last couple of years. I mean, this guy's had an incredible career, second longest running GM in the game right now, behind only Brian Cashman, and he's won in the playoffs 6 times and 2 pennants and a World Series. You don't stay in a job that long unless you are really good at what you do. Clearly, the last couple of years have not gone the way he wanted it or anyone wanted him to go. But I'm just impressed that he's been able to stay positive through it all and realize that it's a tough job and not every move you make is going to work out.
I feel like I could do like a whole podcast on that interview. And if there was like a transcription, I could react kind of point by point. One of the things, and I'll share this, we were joking around coming back from breaks where, we were all kind of giving each other trouble and busting balls, for lack of a better term. But I did ask him this off air because I didn't know if it would be appropriate to ask on air. But I think this is an important part of the equation when people view him currently, and also certainly the negative light that, and I think a lot of it's justifiable, by the way, with moves that were made. So this isn't like some kind of absolving. But as far as like the disdain, the hatred for him, so much of the way that things go down with which media is involved is leaks. Now, I don't think I'm saying something that's really all that stunning, but just for the purpose. Like, for example, college football, Pete Thamel breaks the story. Well, the coaches or the agents are trading information in exchange for when their guy is, possibly going to be in the mix for a job. Then Thamel can float. I'm Adam Schefter. Take all the NFL reporters. I'm using this as an example. And then Gabe DeArmond, for example, regular on this show, catches hell. Why didn't you break it? There's a currency. This isn't just like Pete Thamel had the sources. And I say it and I kind of laugh because doing what we do, it's obvious. But I also recognize 99.9% of the population doesn't do this. And so the things that we know that are obvious are not necessarily obvious to the public. I say this as the backdrop for John Mozeliak could have shaped, without question, his image in St. Louis, his narrative of take your pick. I suppose one that would certainly be an obvious one would be Mike Schilt, Randy Arozarena, whatever other ones you want to go with, by having a person to go, okay, hey, I'm going to give this to you. And it will frame it. I mean, I certainly see it with the way like our show has been covered. But you recognize and you kind of go, okay, this is just the way that it works, and that's the cost of doing business. The John Hamm, Don Draper, that's what the money's for. So you deal with it. And I asked him that off air because I wanted to ask, but I wanted to see, because maybe he goes, I get it. He goes, the issue is then you get into, if you're trading information, then when do you turn the faucet off? And then once you turn the faucet off, then how's that person pissed at you? And then he goes, it's just a bad game to get into. And he goes, so that's why we just didn't do it. And we kept things in-house. Now, by keeping things in-house, which I personally think is the right way to do it for as much as you can, unless all parties are in agreement that things go outside, number one, it conveys that you have respect and also that you're doing business with good people, that they're not running around leaking things. Again, it's not absolute. But also that the priority was put on the organization and not necessarily worrying about what they were saying about you in take your pick of whatever media outlet. But he just didn't do that. And maybe people care about that. Maybe they don't. But I don't know if there has been, in the last decade, I suppose, and maybe I can go back to the beginning of the show in 2004, I don't know if there's been somebody who has been as universally disapproved of, not universally, had a higher disapproval rating, who is active in St. Louis sports, because Stan Kroenke would be the obvious one, than John Mozeliak and what he has had here the last few years. But as maybe if you were able to read between the lines on a few of the questions, because he was kind of shooting from the hip on some of the things. He said more today than ever before. Take your pick, the Schilt thing, a Rosarena. And I said, what if he wouldn't have had a wireless signal in the Atlanta clubhouse? That was the reason. I mean, I realized they acted like that wasn't, and I get why they got to say it. But I mean, if Randy Rosarena is not live from, whatever the hell that ballpark was at the time, after the Cardinals beat the Braves, he was still a Cardinal. It's just, and he acknowledged that he screwed up. Said it was Tyler O'Neill, Randy Rosarena, and obviously we chose the wrong one. I mean, that he could have played a role in controlling the narrative, and he just chose not to do so. I can't speak to everybody else, but he just never, chased me down to bitch about stuff that we would say on the show. And that is not necessarily the way that people work. Like, if you say something negative, then I'm not coming on. And he said, I think this was off air too, he goes, well, you guys are in a spot where, the manager and the general manager are the ones who are going to get blamed because you need access to the players. And I said, yeah, this was off air. I said, I got to say respectfully, that isn't the game here with this show anyway, because we don't care. And I don't say it because we're above it. I say it, what are they going to come on? I know they're not going to say anything truthful, not because they're liars, but because they have a responsibility to not say what's really going on. That's the deal. And so, and maybe the things that I'm saying are obvious to a lot of people, but I want to say them because it's an important element of the equation of the perception of somebody who, as you just said, Doug, did have an incredible career. However, had he, for whatever reason, left following, let's say, 2015, which would have been a good run. I mean, you're talking about a good long run, almost a decade at that point. He would be held up there in Cardinal lore with great esteem. It's the way that it ended, and also 16, 17, and 18, and then kind of some blah years in there, along with signings of players that wound up not working, trades of players where they would wind up thriving elsewhere, and the way that it finished off that colors the Mozeliak legacy for many fans. But nonetheless, over the course of that interview where we were joking, we were going to get killed, he was going to get killed, whatever, for the most part, it was incredibly positive from those texting. And
yeah, much like the interview we did in spring training with Ollie. All of a sudden, people liked Ollie, at least our listeners. When before, unless you really get to know them, it's easy to sit back and criticize. But then when you hear that, oh, these are good guys just trying to do their best, and sometimes stuff happens, they become much more likable, I think.
And I think you heard reasoning also, so it's helpful. I mean, it's just that there's just so much value on that. And he didn't have to do that. I mean, obviously he didn't have to do it. He didn't have to do anything now. He's in a really nice spot. But, to get that hour and 20-ish minutes, I guess is what it was, that was... It was truly informative, and also I kind of wondered how he'd handle it. And yeah, he did kind of shoot from the hip on a variety of topics. I'll read what people are sending in. I'm curious what people are sending in. 314-399-9646 and the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. The reaction to our John Mozeliak conversation. If you missed it, go back and podcast it. Schaefer Door Company sponsor the podcast, or go back and watch it with him in studio. On YouTube, youtube.com/TMASTL. Anything stand out to you? Was your mind changed on anything? Mind changed on him? Your thoughts, all of it's welcome. I'm just going to read as much as I can. Then we'll have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. That is coming your way as well. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Opportunity for our listeners to make some money with Psychiatric Care and Research Center. Here is how. Psychiatric Care and Research Center. With over 40 plus years in practice and 20 plus years conducting clinical research trials, Dr. John Canale completed his psychiatric residency at WashU, where he served as the chief resident. And Dr. John Canale has been in practice for over 40 years and has more than 20 years of experience conducting clinical research trials. He is going to be conducting studies on anxiety disorder, depression, bipolar depression, and obsessive compulsive disorder. This is an opportunity for someone to receive compensation for your time and travel if you are interested in participating in the clinical trials. If you are interested, 2 different ways to sign up. You can call or you can visit the website. The number is 636-244-3593. That's 636-244-3593. Or go online at pcrc-stl.com. That's pcrc-stl.com. Ah, Doug. You like it or not?
Well, I don't know. I haven't heard a lot of it yet.
It's just the instrumental. There will be no lyrics.
Oh, gosh. Well, then I guess I'm lukewarm.
I don't mind a good instrumental. It's TMA 101 ESPN, 10 o'clock hour. We had John Mozeliak with us from about 8:50 to 10:10. And if you missed it, recommended listening. Go back to the TMA STL YouTube channel. You can watch it there. Or the Schaefer Door Company podcast on the 101 ESPN app or the TMA STL app. Download them both. Subscribe to the TMA STL YouTube channel. I am going to be reading as many texts as possible in response to our conversation with John Mozeliak, and there's candidly no filter because I'm just going to go in order. I've always thought Mo received the short end of the stick with fans. I think without question things have gotten stale, and some of the misevaluation that he and his front office group has led the team to where they are today. That being acknowledged, the quality of the man is undeniable. The service to the organization and the brand has exponentially grown since joining the organization, or org, for Doug.
Don't say that.
I hope he knows that fans appreciate what he did and the memories he created for us as fans, and is always able to find joy and peace in his next endeavor. That is from Jake. Let's see. I'll complain about Mo and the softball questions you guys lobbed up if it helps Tim win his over bet. That's from the 314. Those are the kind of soldiers I need.
Here we go.
Jackson, were you looking at the text inbox at all? I don't know. Martin
not
and I are really the only ones who look at it.
Yeah.
And but I would occasionally glance at it. I'm like, there were a bunch of like thank yous. That was the overwhelming thing. And honestly, I didn't expect that. I'm not. This isn't like a commentary outside of that is what happened in the text inbox. Let's see what we got here. To you guys' defense, I don't think you get paid enough to watch as many Cardinal games as it's required for you to watch. And as listeners, I understand if you say that you don't watch many games because I feel the same way. I believe at this point I can tell you what happened in the Cardinal game without even watching it, not to mention the World Series appearances at the beginning of his tenure was credited to Tony La Russa and Walt based on the team that they had built. That's from the Continental Courtney. I apologize.
Okay.
The 618 says, I still don't like Mo.
Oh.
It's the 618. Let's see. Haven't been a fan of his over the years, but to me it's very obvious he sounds relieved and clearly was making moves that he was told to do. Great employee. That's from Steven Time. Let's see. I actually have a newfound admiration for Mo. I'm just like so many other fans who want the Cardinals to be good for city pride and for the economic vitality of downtown. Hope Heim can get it turned around quickly. That's from your mom's lesbian lover.
Okay. I didn't know she was texting in today.
What about the Savannah Bananas? All those families weren't worried about downtown safety when they sold out multiple games at Busch. That's from the 314. That was one of the moments. That's why I would have to go back. And it's like going back and watching a college football game. You have to go back and go, yeah, that did happen. Oh, yeah, that play then led to that play or that move. When he brought up the safety and issues of downtown as one of the reasons for their struggles, I was surprised by that. I don't know if you were. The fact that he said it.
Oh, no, I thought that's been an issue all along.
Right, I get that. But the fact that the president of the baseball operations of the organization would say it is a lot on air. That surprised me, which is why I followed up with it and immediately presented, well, you got the Blues and you got City down the street. And then his counter to that was there is a difference. And then he said he'd like the schedule to be reduced to 154 games of, with baseball because it's every single night. So that is his counter to the observation that downtown is playing a role in their problems. And then I said, well, what about the Blues and City? And he said, well, we're every night. So for those who didn't hear it, but that's something that he volunteered. We didn't ask about that. He volunteered.
And I suppose it might also be that there's so many baseball games played during the weekday. When the Blues are playing on a Saturday night or City's playing on a Saturday, people are much more likely to go on a Saturday than on a Tuesday night.
Blues have plenty of weeknights games, though.
But not near as many as the Cardinals.
Right, but that was his point, that the volume is one of the
playing every day
core issues. Let's see what we got. Here we go. Completely wasted interview. Hubbard has ruined sports radio. That's from the 573. So not only us, but then the parent company has.
We're taking down the entire industry.
I mean, it got to a point where I'm like, God, everything I want to ask about, the only thing that I didn't get a chance to go into, but I didn't know it was, I didn't know. I was under the impression he knew he was here for the entire 9 o'clock hour, and then maybe that wasn't, but it clearly wasn't like getting up. He stayed until 10:10. And there's just a feel to an interview, but I really wanted to get his impressions on the thing that's my passion project, which is baseball's postseason and it being diluted. I recall asking him for my podcast in 2018 about it, but at the time it wasn't what it is now. Right. And I was watching something that Bernie Miklasz was doing the other day, and he was talking about how, there's 6 postseason teams now, and they're going to go to 7 when they expand it for expansion. And I'm just going, what are we even doing? And just make it a 16-game season, I guess. What are we even doing with all these? Let's see what else we got. Thank you, Mo. That's from Tommy Tugone. Mo had a job to do, and he's not the one who, I guess they're saying that he fell on the sword. I like Mo's look evolved over the years. His tan and beard are hot. Doug, that's from Eric in the Central West End.
Stop it, Eric. Stop it. His tan and beard are hot. Is that how we judge general managers now?
Is that wrong?
I think it's wrong. I think it is.
Katie, 6 p.m., pepperoni pizza on me, Bowtie. That's Stephen Wildwood trying to set up a farewell dinner.
Okay. I haven't had Katie's pizza, but I've heard it's good.
Papers?
I'm a fan. Yeah, I really like their pasta.
Now, why did you say it like that?
Pasta?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay.
My little flourish.
All right.
I have been convinced for some time that if Mo talked differently, his approval rating would climb by at least 30%. That's from the 314. Jackson, you're making a face.
I mean, maybe not that number, but I'm sure some people, maybe even subconsciously, are opposed to some of the things he might say because of the way he says it. Not only his voice, but some of the words and the verbiage he chooses. Arbitrage. There was using it as, he says he used the word proxy a lot in our interview with him. And I think in his world, he uses it all the time, doesn't think twice about it. But to some other people, it'd be like, what are you talking about, man? Like, why are you talking like this when you're talking about a baseball team?
Let's see. Jackson, top 5 best-looking GMs. Mo is number 1. That's from Ladue Lawn Boy. Doug, this is...
Here we go. I knew it would take a bad turn.
Chaim Bloom's a handsome man. Billy Bean.
You're really going to do this now, aren't you?
I'm just the person asked nicely.
I believe Mo gets more blame than he should have recently. I'm sure he'd be a great GM if he had unlimited money to play with in L.A. or New York. Kind of wish he'd gone out swinging and let the fans know the truth that his hands were tied because of ownership's lack of spending. That's from Ian LaPerriere. That wouldn't be... That's just not his makeup, as you probably got a sense. But, I mean, did you see the facial reaction? I don't know if you saw it. You can go back on YouTube when the Ozuna trade was brought up. Mm-hmm. He knew he was on YouTube, so I'm not talking out of school here. Wanted that one back, the transparency on the Arozarena thing. I think you might have gotten more than you've ever gotten before, even though you didn't necessarily get a lot from him on the Mike Schilt situation. Anything else? I thought the comments about downtown that he volunteered, that stood out to me. Anything, boys, that I'm Nurse, Nancy, Chasey Lane?
Those were the high points. I've seen the counter-argument to the fact that they play too many games, they play every night. Well, they were doing that when they were drawing 3 million fans, too. It's always been a thing in baseball. I don't know that it's just a thing in recent years that they play too many games.
Right, but his point was downtown is trending down. And that's a concern. And would you agree that downtown's...
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So that was what he's saying. So then when I countered, that would, I guess that would be a point in his favor on the downtown thing, playing a role. He's not blaming the failures. There's usually not one thing. It's an equation of sorts. All right, we will have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up. BK and Ferrari will take over from there. The program is called TMA. It is brought to you by Brown & Crouppen. Mark Hanna sponsor the 9 o'clock hour, where John Mozeliak was in studio with us. He's online at evergreen-ws.com, or you can call 314-889-0503, the rare phone call where you get off the phone and you feel better about your situation and the world in general. Jackson, you had a cute little line as a Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies client that you were sharing with me. What was it? I'm not only a...
how How much do I enjoy working with, or how much do I enjoy Mark Hanna? I work with him.
How about that, Doug?
Oh, really?
This guy's going to open up his own marketing agency.
Huh. My son works with Mark Hanna.
Yeah, how about that?
Another great person.
Yeah, ball striker too.
Great people attract great people.
How about that?
Huh.
Yep.
And now you're attracted to Mark Hanna too.
Yeah.
And Eric in the Central West End is attracted to John Mozeliak.
Right, and I think Eric in the Central West End is an attractive man.
But you're not attracted to him.
Right.
But you are Mark Hanna.
Right. And this is a Mark Hanna live read.
That's correct.
Are we getting many customers? Probably not.
314-889-0503 or go online at evergreen-ws.com. Oh, take me back to my 20s and get me a financial advisor. What I wouldn't do. It doesn't matter, though. It doesn't have to be in your 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s. It doesn't matter. Evergreen-ws.com. Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Design, air, heating, and cooling. Email today. Next, 101 ESPN.
Hey folks, it's Jackson here to talk to you about Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken. And in honor of National Chicken Month, guests who visit Lee's 3 times throughout September will receive $5 off their next order of $15 or more. This offer runs through the end of September, so get in there, and it's at participating locations. Guests must be a part of Lee's Rewards to participate, but it's super easy to join. It's available anywhere you get your apps, and you sign up and you start earning right away. Lee's Famous Rewards are free to join. Members earn 1 point for every $1 spent. So if you want to try out their new chicken sandwich, which looks outstanding, you get some potato wedges on the side of that. I highly recommend getting some of that Chipotle ranch. You dip the wedge in there. You can dip the chicken in there, and you're earning points while you're eating. And for every $1 spent, you get a point. It's redeemable for discounts and menu items, and guests can sign up through the Lee's app. Again, super easy to use. This is all in honor of National Chicken Month, and it goes through the end of September. Sign up. Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken. This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Cardinals Giants this evening, 8:45 p.m. first pitch with Andre Puente on the mound for the Cardinals. That was another SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day time. Here we go. Morning After at InsideSTL.com. Silence is power. That's from Midge.
That's it, huh? Midge. Silence is power.
I got filtered, and by gosh, I deserved it. Email of the day has no use for dirty words, so I cleaned up said email. Here's what aggravates me about the Mizzou game. Should have never been that close. You don't play for the M on the uniform. You play for the Tim in the alumni section of the stadium. If that doesn't get you fired up, nothing will. I have trepidation when you play Woburn on the road and Tim's not there. But this email isn't all about negativity. It's about begativity. Sunset Hills Marshals, Saturday, September 20th, 2025. I was in the changing room when I asked for some help. Hey, man, anybody out there? This zipper is stuck on these slacks.
No.
He immediately came in. That's why I wear khakis 24/7. One thing led to another. When I told him the naughty word wasn't quite getting me there, then he said it. I don't pull this weapon out unless I need it. My response, I need it really bad. Then it just turns into racy ongoings.
This got Kevin Miller undertones to it. It's Kevin Miller, isn't it?
I signed an NDA.
Oh, it's Kevin Miller. Kevin Miller.
Hey, boys. On the show last week, Jackson, he'll get there while discussing Luther Burden on the Bears. Doug, I don't think he's going to get there, implying he won't make it in the NFL. Next game, Burden has 101 yards receiving and a tutty. Gates Wortham. Later, lovers, that comes from Horny.
Yeah, it's actually inaccurate, but we'll write his name down, Horny.
My daddy would have been a professional football player if it wasn't for Coach Kornfeld. Luckily, his greatness was able to shine through the many different outlets for radio that he has been a part of over the years. I'm still a little mad about being left behind for the game on Saturday, but I'm sure I will get to go to the Alabama and Auburn games. Also, can you tell Mr. Vitale to step off? He seems to be everywhere my mommy takes me. That's from the 3-year-old. Doug, is that my 3-year-old writing in again?
It could be. My 3-year-old.
And finally, so apparently I found an episode that was scrubbed from the Libby Movie Boy feed, but not before I got my hands on the transcript. Just wondering why your team would scrub the episode centered around Tu Wong Fu. Thanks for everything, Julie Newmar. Brought to you by Movie Boy Jack, presented by Gangster Pete's Armadillo, an offensively large backwards hat for an almost 50-year-old emporium and fireworks. Anyways, here's the totally objective, not at all biased blurb originally posted before it got nuked. At last, a film brave enough to give us what America has always needed. Patrick Swayze in a corset. In a pre-9/11 landscape, Tu Wong Fu doesn't just challenge gender roles, it demolishes them with the subtlety of a producer setting their shoe on fire in studio because they weren't getting enough of Tim's attention. This isn't just drag comedy. Wesley Snipes strutting in heels is a bigger blow to the patriarchy than we and my camping buddies, Oatmeal Pregnancy Pillow and Lisa Frank, Trapper Keeper, all majored in women's studies at Mizzou. Is it dated? Sure, but in 1995, this is liberation cinema and deserves its place next to How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days in the Movie Boy Hall of Fame. Anyone who says otherwise is clinging to heteronormative VHS tapes of Top Gun like emotional support animals. Why'd you guys delete that? Best, that's from Riot's dad. I think I might start a spite movie review podcast with boy spelled differently a whole bunch of times. Doug, Riot's dad writing in, and that's what I have for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling.
Riot's dad was the only decent one of the group, so that's who I'm voting for.
I'll go with that one that sounded like Kevin Miller, but I don't think it was him.
I'm going with Miller. Horny.
Riot's dad has won the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Recommended listening or watching. Go back and watch or listen to John Mozeliak in studio with us on the TMA STL YouTube channel. It's all there for you, about 80-minute conversation. And you can podcast it via the Schaefer Door Company podcast app. BK and Ferrario are coming up next. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.